Hello, my name's Adam Smith. I'm the Chief Scientific Officer at Nobel Prize Outreach, and I'd like to welcome you to Stockholm, where behind me you'll see the City Hall. Tomorrow, on the 10th of December, they'll be awarding the 2022 Nobel Prizes there. But today, on the 9th of December, we have the Nobel Week Dialogue here at the Waterfront Congress Centre. We've been holding this meeting on this day every year since 2012, and we've covered a vast array of subjects already over the years: genetics, energy, food, water, intelligence. But as if that wasn't ambitious enough, this year we've decided to cover the future of life. The meeting will, as ever, bring together a lovely array of participants in different constellations to talk to each other in more or less spontaneous conversation. And the idea is that you sit back and just bathe in the ideas that flow. We very much hope you'll enjoy your online viewing of the Nobel Week Dialogue. Enjoy the day.
Esteemed Nobel laureates, ladies and gentlemen, dear friends, it's a pleasure for me to welcome you all to this year's Nobel Week Dialogue. After almost 3 years of coronavirus pandemic, it is indeed nice to be able to meet again. And it is so nice to see so many of you here today. The Nobel Week Dialogue has been part of the Nobel Week for more than 10 years. This is a week during which we celebrate our Nobel laureates and their great achievements. And this is a week when the science, culture, and peace take central roles. Given all the crises and challenges mankind faces today, we more than ever need dedicated scientists who relentlessly seek the truth and who pushes the boundaries of knowledge. And we need people who stand up for moral values. This year is special because of the pandemic that prevented us from having regular Nobel Prize award ceremonies during the past 2 years. We this year have more Nobel laureates than ever in Stockholm. This gives us a tremendous opportunity to celebrate science and culture. In his will, Alfred Nobel specified that the prizes he installed should be given to the persons who had conferred the greatest benefit to humankind. Alfred Nobel had a vision that his prizes could contribute to a better world. It is our duty to do the utmost to make his vision come through. In a small way, Nobel Week Dialogue may contribute to fulfilling this mission by forming a bridge between science and scientists and the general public. And I'm sure that today we will listen to many very interesting presentations and discussions. I now hand over to Laura Spreckmann, who will introduce the topic of today.
Thank you, Karl-Henrik. I'm delighted to share this day with you all. What is life? It's a mystery that humanity has been trying to unravel for many years. We have made some progress, and many of the milestones have been awarded the Nobel Prize. Most recently, Jennifer Doudna and Emmanuelle Charpentier received the Chemistry Prize for groundbreaking work on CRISPR technology, which opened a whole new world of gene editing. And among others, as you know, it paved the way for the development of the COVID-19 vaccines. 70 years earlier, Watson, Crick, and Wilkins were awarded the Medicine Prize for discovering the structure of DNA. Both are wonderful examples of how we have been trying to understand life, together with other brilliant discoveries throughout the years that came from both Nobel laureates and other very accomplished scientists. And now, what are the next frontiers? Didier Queloz, who will join us today, and Michel Mayor were awarded the Physics Prize for the discovery of the first planet outside our solar system. This has greatly expanded our search for life. And so far, we have found life in only one single place. That is startling. The only place where we know, in the known universe, where we know that life exists is actually here on Earth. Think about it. The place where life thrives is just a thin blanket that covers the surface of our Earth, just about 20 or 30 kilometers thick. This is the biosphere, a precious jewel in the cosmos. But in the last 100 years, we've been tearing it apart. What does this mean for the future of life? For the future of life and the future of humanity and the future of our biosphere, which are very tightly linked. As we try to understand life, one very, very important goal for science is to make us responsible stewards of our lives and for our biosphere. Life is precious. We should be grateful for our lives every single day and do our best to protect it. With this, I would like to thank our partners, the City of Gothenburg, Carl Bennet, Region Västra Götaland, and Volvo Group for supporting us. Our dear laureates and speakers for being with us today. My wonderful colleagues who have made an impressive work, and to all of you for sharing this day with us. Learn and enjoy. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Adam Smith, and I cannot tell you what a pleasure it is to be standing here in Stockholm before a live audience again, to be your guide to this year's Nobel Week Dialogue. As you heard from Calais, we've been running this since 2012, and we've covered many subjects. And the idea is not that we try and cover a subject in a comprehensive way, but rather that we bring together a fascinating group of panelists to meet each other in different constellations during the day and engage in more or less spontaneous conversation. And the ideas bubble up from those conversations. And your role as the audience is simply to bathe in the ideas that flow from the stage. And at times, we'll ask you also to help in creating some of those ideas. Now, the subject we're covering is the future of life. And we thought it might be a good idea to define what we mean by life before we get started. Now, in 1944, the Nobel laureate physicist Erwin Schrödinger published a book which many of you will know called What is Life? And that was a physicist's perspective on the question. And it was a very influential book which drove many physicists to move into biology, among them Watson and Crick, as mentioned by Lara. More recently, another Nobel laureate, Paul Nurse, 2001 Nobel laureate in medicine, published a book of the same name. And Paul may also be known to you as the president of the Royal Society in the UK, or currently the director of the Crick Institute in London. And I'm delighted to say that Paul has agreed to join us to start our dialogue off by giving a short talk on the question, what is life? So I'm going to invite Paul to join me on stage. We have a great deal to get through today, so as ever, my subsidiary role, along with being your guide to today's dialogue, is to be your timekeeper. As always, I shall say, wish me luck. So, Paul, if you join me on stage.
Thank you, Adam. A very daunting introduction, if I don't mind saying, Adam. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you today in Stockholm. This dialogue is indeed about life, and as Adam said, we're going to discuss what it is, where it came from, what will happen to it in the future. And I was asked in this introductory talk, as you've heard, to try and define life. A question, I have to say, easy to ask, not so easy to answer, and all in 15 minutes. The approach I'm going to use is to consider 5 of the most important ideas in biology and then pull them together to develop principles that are fundamental to life. Many of these ideas will be well known to you all. The first of these ideas, simply stated, the concept of the cell, biology's atom. The cell is the basic structural and functional unit of life. It is indeed life's atom. They were discovered by Robert Hooke in the 17th century in Oxford, the city in which I live. He used a razor to cut slivers of cork, examined them under a microscope like the one you see here. He saw neat arrays of boxes. He called them cells after the Latin word for cella, for small cubicle, shown here in his famous drawing from 1665. Over the next 2 centuries, it became clear that all living organisms consist either of a single cell or a collection of cells. Theodor Schwann, German scientist, in 1839 wrote, "All organisms are composed of essentially like parts, namely of cells. But they are, as I've already said, also the basic functional unit of life." Another German scientist from the 19th century, Rudolf Virchow, 1858, wrote, "The cell is the vital unit bearing the complete characteristics of life." They really knew how to write in the 19th century, I have to say. So cells are important. But if I fail to convince you of that, let me show you a picture of this cell with the sperm fertilizing an egg and remind all of you that you were once a single cell just like this. If you're no longer interested, there are doors at the back of the theatre. Also, and that's why it's important for me here today, cells are considered to be the simplest entities which unambiguously exhibit the characteristics of life. And that means understanding cells is key to understanding life. Cells are bounded physical entities. They're separated from their surroundings, but they communicate with their surroundings. And it's this separation that allows order to be built up within them at the expense of increasing disorder outside cells. And in this way, of course, life does not contravene the second law of thermodynamics, which worried Schrödinger. You heard Adam talk about him, which states the universe as a whole moving towards disorder. My second idea, the idea of the gene explaining inheritance. This idea had its origins with the work of the Augustinian monk Gregor Mendel, abbot of Brno Monastery, who published in 1865 a paper describing hybridization between different pea plants. His work led to what we now call Mendelism, that heredity is based on indivisible particles or factors inherited through the germ cells. These rather abstract ideas of Mendel are what we now know as genes. In the 1940s, Oswald Avery in Rockefeller University, New York, where I worked just after the Nobel Prize actually, showed that genes were made of DNA. And this is the, this is the DNA molecule, the structure of which was established about 10 years later, after 1944, by Rosalind Franklin, Ryan Gosling and Maurice Wilkins in London, and in Cambridge, Francis Crick and Jim Watson. And Crick went on also to propose the central dogma, how the sequence of bases making up a gene is copied from the DNA to RNA and from the RNA to protein. So the DNA determines the structure of the protein. Now, central to this rather simple idea is the genetic code, written in 4 letters, the 4 bases, adenine, thymine, cytosine, guanine, with information, and I want to stress this, stored in a linear form. This way of storing information, of course, is the same as sentences in a book, the words I'm speaking in this talk, or bytes in a computer. And it means that the linear digital storage of information was invented by life probably over 3 billion years ago, before the computer age. My next 2 ideas, that puts the computer technologists in perspective, by the way. My next 2 ideas are life as chemistry, and as life as chemistry, and based on chemistry and physical forces. And it's a special form of chemistry, one based on carbon polymers. Now, I start with proteins. These are polymers of amino acids. The different amino acids side chains shown here are chemically different. Some are positively charged, some negatively charged, some repel water, some are big, some are small. The result of all of this is a wide variety of chemistry that can produce elaborate protein structures that are capable of carrying out a vast array of chemical reactions. And this contrasts with DNA, which is stable, chemically dull and not diverse, but biologically very exciting. Exciting because it stores the information that leads to those proteins. The proteins called enzymes act as chemical machines. They produce huge ranges of different chemicals required for living things to function. They can do physical work. They can make motors. They can carry cargoes around the cell on protein-based trackways. They can act in hybrid ways, combining chemistry and physics, capturing energy from sunlight. Thousands of chemical reactions are being carried out simultaneously and close to other chemical reactions in tiny cells. And because these reactions require different chemical conditions, they have to be separated one from the other. And this is achieved by compartmentation, brought about by the surfaces and folds of the enzymes, by complexes of enzymes working together, by membrane-bounded organelles and other structures that separate chemistry one from another, all forming different chemical microenvironments. And for this to work, the chemistry has to work together as a whole. It requires communication between those different chemical microenvironments and chemical reactions, and that in turn requires the transfer of information. And that leads to my next idea, life as information. Now, one example of this, and only one, and because in fact biology is an informational science, it's based on information, is of course the structure of DNA. This structure, it's iconic, it is beautiful. But its real beauty lies in the fact that it only makes biological sense when it's recognized as a digital information storage device, one written in this linear script of 4 letters. This linear polymer of DNA, ideal for storing information, with the encoding letter bases turned inside, protected from chemical change. But it can do chemical work through encoding the chemical activities of protein via RNA, building the proteins. For me, this is a wonderful characteristic of life built on these carbon-based polymers. The ability to encode information in one-dimensional linear structures, DNA, and then to transfer that information to determine three-dimensional structures capable of undergoing chemical and physical work. In other words, delivering life based on the information within DNA. The management of life's chemistry by information allows the behavior of the complex system to act as a whole, to act with overall purpose. Now, for centuries, the generation of purposeful behaviors was thought to require a designer, a divine creator. And it took evolution by natural selection to change this, and this is my final fifth idea. It is a beautiful idea. It's an idea mainly but not entirely due to Charles Darwin. It has two parts. Life evolves over time. Secondly, the major mechanism for that evolution is natural selection. That life evolves was widely discussed in the century before Charles Darwin. For example, by Jean-Baptiste Lamarck and Charles' own grandfather, Erasmus Darwin, shown here. Together with Charles, of course. The evolution of life implies that there is a tree of life, that all living organisms are related. And Charles gathered evidence in favor of this through his trip round the world in the HMS Beagle. Natural selection is a consequence of populations of a species exhibiting variations caused by inheritable genetic changes. If these variants influence characteristics that make these organisms more successful, they reproduce more. Then that genetic variation will obviously spread through the population. Over time, such variations accumulate and lead to changes in the population such that the individuals of the new population that's produced will no longer be able to breed with the original population, leading to a new species, a species better adapted functionally for how it can perform successfully. This is such an important idea that the 20th century geneticist Hermann Müller used it to define life, and I'm going to return to this. Müller said, living things can be defined as having properties which allow them to undergo natural selection and therefore to evolve. Now, before I sum up, I need to consider the difficult problem of viruses. They undergo by natural selection. They undergo evolution by natural selection, so pass Müller's test, but can only reproduce when they are inside the cells of other host living organisms. This means that a virus is dependent upon another living entity. So the question is, and it's constantly asked, are they truly alive? But I think we have to remember one thing, and that is all or almost all other forms of life are to a greater or lesser extent also dependent on living beings, other living beings. The many parasites that live in or on cells in the bodies of animals, plants or fungi are of course examples of this, but it is in fact a complex ecosystem of interacting living organisms that we are all to some extent dependent on other organisms. But it's a graded spectrum, graded from viruses upwards. In the case of the virus, that dependency is strong, whilst in other living organisms it can be weaker. But the dependency is there, and where do you draw the line? Now let me summarize where we have got to. Although I do have to warn you, it does not lead to a dictionary-like concise definition of life. So, 4 slides summing it up. Living things are independent, bounded physical entities, separated from the environment in communication with it. It allows them to generate order and organization, and the unit on life on Earth is the cell. The central principle that I want to use for defining life is Müller's. Life forms are entities that undergo evolution by natural selection, and by doing so they acquire purpose. They are entities that build, maintain, and reproduce themselves, and evolve because they reproduce with a hereditary system that exhibits variability. Life forms are chemical, physical, and informational machines. They construct their own metabolism. It's used to build and maintain themselves, to grow, to reproduce. Fourthly, life on Earth is based on carbon polymer chemistry that produces nucleic acid based on linear information storage devices and protein-based chemical and physical machines. Integration of all these functions requires the management of information, and all living things on Earth are related by common descent and are closely interconnected and dependent upon other living things. It would be a very long entry in the Oxford English Dictionary. I summarize or sum up. Should we ever encounter life elsewhere in the universe, I suspect it will be based on similar fundamental principles. It could involve different chemistries, but for it to readily serve the need for both information storage and chemical activity, I think it is likely to be based on polymers. All living organisms we know of are related and closely interacting in a giant ecosystem of life. We are bound by a deep connectedness to all other life. All the species we see around us are life's great survivors, the latest descendants of a single, immeasurably vast family lineage that stretches back through an unbroken chain of cell divisions in the far reaches of deep time. I said it slowly because it is extraordinary. And we are stretching back through successive cell divisions to the beginning of life. As far as we know, we are the only life forms who can see this deep connectivity. And I would argue this gives us human beings a special responsibility for life on this planet, made up as it is by our relatives. We need to care about it. We need to care for it. And to do that, we need to understand it. And that is, of course, the central issue of this dialogue today. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Paul, for a beautiful introduction and perfect timing. Thank you. Please take a seat. So, the future of life is a pretty bold subject to address, so we thought we might as well start with a very bold question for the first panel. What do life's origins tell us about life's future? To consider this, we've brought together, to join Paul on stage, 4 wonderful panelists. Paola Caselli, who's the founding director of the Max Planck Institute for Extraterrestrial Physics, and then 3 more Nobel laureates from 2019, 2020, and 2021. From 2019, we have Didier Queloz, who Laura had already mentioned. From 2020, we have Andrea Ghez, who received the Physics Prize for proving the existence of the black hole at the center of our universe, of our galaxy. Whoops. And from 2021, we have Benjamin List, who discovered a new method in organic chemistry, organocatalysis, co-discovered with, but independently discovered with David Macmillan. Now, guiding this amazing group in conversation, a daunting and enviable task, is Julien Zeerath from Karolinska Institute, a member of the Nobel Committee for Medicine. Julien, your panel.
Thank you, Adam. So this is going to be a great panel, and I want to start actually by surveying the audience. So excellent lecture, Paul. Based on that, how many of you are hopeful that we will be able to take what we've learned from the past to inform us about the future? So just a show of hands. It's almost unanimous. Nice. But we're here to discuss that. And so one could perhaps rephrase the question, what have we learned from our studies of the origin of life, and how will that help us navigate the future? And Paola, you're an astrochemist.
I am an astrochemist.
You've thought a lot about this.
Yeah, well, I would really like to understand, in fact, how life originated on Earth. I'm not the only one, I guess. And this is from what I know, from what I'm studying. We know that molecules and actually building blocks of prebiotic molecules are everywhere in our galaxy, and not only in our galaxy. We start to see these big molecules also in high redshift galaxies. So chemistry is, I think, the same everywhere. The conditions are different. And what we see is then when we look closer into our solar system and say primitive materials, so the building blocks of our planets, our Earth, we see actually all the building blocks that Professor Nurse was talking about. So we see amino acids, we see nucleic acids, we see sugars, we see everything, even more than living beings need. And in fact, what I think could be great at some point to prove is that all these original blocks are actually present at the very beginning, and depending on the environment where these building blocks land, it could be the Earth, but it could be other exoplanets, then there will be a chemistry that will actually lead to polymerization and to complexation, and finally to living beings. So I guess that I cannot prove this, but from what we see also in other regions where planets are forming right now, it seems that probably life is going to be easy to form, because life on Earth formed soon after the formation of the planet, actually soon after the formation of the moon. That was a very violent event and was 4.2 billion years ago. So I expect life to be widespread, and of course the conditions to complexity will be different depending where, which type of conditions are in a planet, and the future of life will depend then on the more complex beings like us. If we wanted to keep this going well, we really need to take care. And so I really much endorse the last words of Professor Nertz, because this is so important. We are the first one that we understand this. So please, let's keep looking at that and say we are the only one who can save ourselves to have a bright future and, you know, evolve even more. I don't want to take more time.
Do you want to respond to that at all, Paul? Just
not yet.
Okay.
Let's hear what others say. I will at the end.
All right. So, Andrea, your perspective as a physicist.
Oh, I think I'm going to take a slightly different tact on this one. As somebody,
that's the point, because
yes.
This is very bold and broad.
Oh, indeed. I could not think of a bolder one to ask. So I think it's interesting to ask, how capable are we of thinking about the future from our what we know today? And I think looking at the history of astrophysics, we're not very good at it in one sense. You know, we started thinking that the Earth was the center of it all. Then we went to the solar system, or the sun being the center of it all. Then the galaxy. I mean, only 100 years ago, we thought the whole universe was just our galaxy. So I think it's really interesting to ask, how good are we at understanding or extrapolating to the larger scale from what we know today?
Dieter, physicist as well, another perspective from that point of view?
Yeah, I think as a physicist, I tend to simplify things. And the question what we know about the origin of life, to me, we know a couple of things, I think, for almost certain. Well, for certain, I would say. First, it happened. Well, I think when you think about that, it's not something obvious. When you think about matter, when you create the universe, you create matter. So you create matter. And then it happened. You create life on the solar system. We know it happened on the solar system. And it's already something absolutely amazing. So this is one fact. Now, the second one is we know, up to now, that there is only one single form of life. That was clearly said with the talk before by Paul. Well, that's interesting already as a fact. We know that there is one single form. Is it the only one? Then you can scale down and you can go to the building blocks and you can argue at what moment you can start diversifying, and then when you can look back at the history about life on Earth. And there is something which is quite fascinating is it seems that the diversity of the basic functions of life has not changed that much. It was very quick, that was mentioned before, and then we're growing, we're developing, you combine cells together and so on and so on. But actually the very, very basic element was there from the very beginning. So there is this kind of a feeling that because it happened once, it should happen many times. Because it happened on this solar system, it should happen also in other solar systems. And since it happened pretty quick, and it seems that I think the beginning was pretty quick to assemble the main functions. I think maybe the main functions are kind of similar, and there is a point that you could expect. Then there is a moment which I think is fascinating, is life has a major impact on the planet. And as an astrophysicist, this is really super exciting because it means we can detect it without detecting life itself. We just try to detect the impact of life. And now you open the Pandora box, are we sure life started on Earth? Very likely, I think, but let's have a look. Let's have a look on Mars. Well, it's good because we're doing it. Then Venus, still a lot of work to do, but you know, Venus is a sister twin of the Earth. There's no much difference. Same mass, same size. It's a very different atmosphere right now because there is no water, essentially. This is the end game for Venus. But if you look back in time, if Venus had water, which is something we don't know, it should have been very similar to the Earth, at least at the beginning. And then something went wrong, and likely the whole CO2 recycling stopped functioning, and then you end up with a greenhouse effect that is possible, or fate, if you don't fix the problem. We just operate now with the energy on Earth. So I think all these questions are fascinating, but the fact it happened, the fact we can make progress on the knowledge-based element, this is a complete change, because it's not only about debating it, it's not only about talking about it. We're bringing new facts, new elements, and hopefully we should learn about the origin of life, at least the one on Earth, and possibly how we sit in the grand scheme of the universe. That's my physics perspective, which again is very, very broad-minded, not at the level of detail that Paul, is developing.
How about a chemist's perspective, Benjamin?
Yeah, thanks for giving me this opportunity. Actually, the reason I went into chemistry was for posing similar philosophical question. What is the origin of life? Why are we here? And the funny thing is, the physicists in the Max Planck Society always joke about me because I thought the answer is provided by chemistry, right? Chemists know how molecules interact, and so they should understand all that. And of course, the physicists claim they have the answer. I'm not sure if it's really true. In any case, I think this is a fascinating question, but there's only, well, the bad news is, unfortunately, it is probably impossible to figure out how life originated, on Earth at least, because there are no fossils that report on these early cells. We don't have them. They're gone. And there's a physical reason, I think a geophysical reason. The Earth tectonics push the plates into the inner core of the Earth, and then everything sort of becomes atoms and tiny things again. And so nobody really knows about these origins. And the same is also true about, what's life's future. We also cannot know that, right? So that's the bad news on the one hand. On the good news, though, is, of course, I'm a synthetic chemist. For me, synthesis is a beautiful term. I love to create things, and I'm very much with Feynman. I don't know how he put it, like, I cannot understand what I'm not able to make, right? Yeah. So the challenge, the ultimate challenge of synthesis, of creating things, should be to make a cell, a living cell, right? And I know there are people trying to do this, like a top-down approach where we try to find like the minimal cell. What is the smallest cell with the minimal requirement? And that already is so complex that no chemist on Earth is at the moment with the current technology able to make them. But perhaps one day, there are people working on making the ribosome with chemical synthesis, and that's tough. And one beautiful approach that I foresee is, and I try to make these mirror image molecules, which are somehow associated with the origin of life. How did we have this selectivity that there's only left-handed amino acids and right-handed sugars? And I would find it fascinating to create a live cell that is mirror image. How would that interact with the other cells? So, boom. Yeah. Yeah, annihilation. Who knows?
Well, Paul, the medicine field is really fascinated with this idea of, building cells for the future. So thoughts from your perspective? You gave us a great lesson on that today.
Well, I think we've heard some interesting things here. The first is that life exists. I think, obvious but very important. The second is, and Drake, who recently died, argued that the universe is so vast that the probability of it being elsewhere is not zero, let's put it that way, because if it existed once, then it's likely to have existed somewhere else. I think that's rather significant for us, but we should accept that. I also think that we could sort of understand how the building blocks, the chemical building blocks appear. So I'm sort of okay with that, and we've heard that. But then we have to put together an entity based on information, an entity that integrates chemistry through information and leads to its reproduction. These are all big asks, and frankly, I feel underweight trying to think about it. I think those, and I'm not somebody who does research in this area, those who do think about it tend to think of maybe there's surrogates, that in fact what we see today isn't actually what started, but provided some solutions to these problems, that you need an entity that needs to reproduce or at least migrate to get some sort of selection. I could imagine things, but it is entirely imagination, because how do we imagine the chemistry and life of 3.5 billion years ago? It's extremely difficult. I could imagine little cavities somewhere deep in the ocean driven by geothermal energy. I could sort of imagine that some chemicals are being formed there and that different sorts of chemicals find it easier to migrate elsewhere, maybe. So there's a sort of primitive natural selection going on, that they inhabit more and more of the cavities. And out of that, we get lipids that might make a cell. And then, of course, there's RNA and the RNA world, which we haven't mentioned yet, because the problem that I wrestle with, which is how you combine information together with the chemistry. RNA can encode, but it also can carry out primitive chemistry. So that's been a favorite solution offered by the molecular biologists. How it all goes together, I agree with you. I mean, we can't, it's almost impossible to imagine. The only thing we can say is it did happen. It did happen. And eventually, it led to something, and the most earliest fossils are about 3.5 billion years ago. But there's another mystery, a little bit later. We had unicellular life 3.5 billion years ago. Multicellular life, like us, I mean, not exactly like us, but sort of, wormy sorts of things, evolved maybe 600, 700 million years ago, maybe a bit before that. 3 billion years to go from one cell to a few cells, 500 million years to go from a few cells to us. I don't understand that, and there's something going on there that I think we do need to understand.
I mean, the whole scale of time is just overwhelming, because this is really massive. You want to step in, Paula?
No, I just, yes, after hearing this, I think one very important thing from my point of view to do when we want to understand these origins of life is not just look at the chemistry, but also the condition of the early Earth. So we really have to focus on the fact that the early Earth was very special conditions. We have our moon like here. It was very close because it just formed. The rotation of the Earth was very fast. We had day-night cycles, like a few hours, and tides. So temperature must have been different. UV photons, because we didn't have the ozone layer yet. So I always try, this is what I'm trying to do with my biophysicist colleagues in Munich. Please try to get closer to the early Earth. Maybe that is where the secret is, but who knows?
Benjamin, you look like you're agreeing, or?
Yeah, I think this is a fascinating question. Like, what were the conditions? I don't know. I think the physicist, the astrophysicist, should tell us, and then we can think about the chemistry that would be possible under these conditions, right?
Dieter's chuckling over there. You just tossed the ball to the physicists.
No, look, I love that, because I have had so much similar discussions. I'd like to reflect on a couple of points that was said, which are very, very important points. I think there is this fascination element that Paul is sharing with us, and he's perfectly right. I think life looks too perfect right now. When I say too perfect, it's too perfect to be true. When you see all this connection, the communication, and all it works, it's a fully optimized system. And it's pretty clear that it cannot happen like that from the day one. And that's a tremendous challenge to find out what are the elements are building up and lead to that. So as a physicist, again, I love to simplify again. And I want to give you another example. Think about our society. It's amazingly complicated. A lot of rules and communication channel, and there's a lot of stuff going on in society. how much time did we need to reach that level? Think about the origin of our species, how we were at that time. So you understand that the growth of complexity is not something magical. It can naturally come into a system. Of course, you need a sub-series element to make it happen, but you can grow to something very simple, which is just tribes somewhere here with the minimum organizations, to a global tribe, which is 8 billion people on Earth, which is sending people to the moon and to Mars soon. So it's not a problem for me, the growth of complexity for life. I think it can come for free. The problem is, how do you assemble the right ingredient, maybe at the right time, and maybe the origin of love, the condition on Earth was critical. Maybe the moon was essential. So if you need exactly the same kind of planet and exactly the same kind of moon, then the chance to happen elsewhere would be much more smaller, because this event was very rare in a sense and as an end product, because it could have completely blown out the Earth. It didn't, but it blew out the Earth enough to create the moon. So I think this element of life is always a bit challenging, because you try. We have now a kind of a very, let's say, high-tech flying machine. And we're trying to understand the early experiment when people were trying barely to fly with simple machine. And this is really the big step we have to do. It looks complicated because the jump is immense, but practically as soon as you start assembling it and think about the development of knowledge in our society, think about the acceleration of the knowledge in our societies. The fact life has accelerated from very slow to higher and higher and faster. It's not a surprise, because you see that in many organization systems. So again, I don't try to understand the building blocks, and you're right, when you look at the detail, it's just mind-blowing. I agree with that. But on a global scale, it's fine for a physicist.
All right, Andrea, your thoughts?
Oh, I always come back to the Drake equation that, the universe is immense, and I think there's lots. It's a big experiment, one that went very well here, and I think it'll be interesting to see where else we find life.
And you alluded to that it might be much like us, or perhaps not.
Finding life, you mean? Yeah. Well, if we did find life, it would help us understand our own life. So that for me, intellectually, is the most interesting thing. What it means metaphysically, philosophically, is another thing. What it means to our emotional condition. But if we see life elsewhere, let's say Mars or one of the moons of Saturn or wherever, will it be built on the same principles, the same chemistry? That would tell us something. Will it be built on something different, which might tell us more? Going beyond our own solar system, we just have to rely, I think, on, surrounded by physicists and chemists, on the chemical signatures around the atmospheres of planets. And whether that will give us, it might tell us there's something there, but what is there, I'm not so sure it'll be so informative about. But it would still be a wonderful thing to discover it, I think. Right. So, I think we first of all have to be a bit humble about this. This is a great mystery. We should not pretend it is easy. Once we have a primitive life form, I can see it could work. Complexity will come. It may take 1 billion years, but it could happen. How it's come together with these parallel strands, I struggle with. And I think we have to have a bit of humility as scientists in thinking about it.
So much of what we do is based on fundamental principles, and to some extent we think then it's a bit predictable, but I'm hearing a lot of this is unpredictable. Any thoughts on that? I mean, how much control do you think we have?
You mean, should we be reading the science fiction authors? Maybe we should.
Dieter, go ahead.
I made a joke during my Nobel lecture about this at the end. And I said, well, I mean, life is a bit like when you have a chemical experiment that took over the experiment. And this very moment is very, very special. We don't understand that in a way, because it's chemistry. Usually you do have to do something for chemistry. But there's a moment when the experiment is kind of functioning enough. It doesn't need anybody to do it. The experiment itself starts to take control of it. And this is something we have not been able to do. That's tremendously difficult. That's understood that. But that's exactly the challenge here. And then the more you evolve, the more you decouple from the outside elements. So the way we are amazingly isolated from the outside need. We have just basic needs, but we don't need extravagant chemistry. We grab very simple stuff and then we make it magic because all this amazing factory we have into the body. But at the very origin, it may not have been like that. Actually, we were in a need of a lot of chemical around us that was needed to maintain alive. And then the more they develop, the more they get rid because they, in a way, they get rid because they manage to make it at some point. So this is this kind of battle here. How far do you decouple from the inert material you have around that you're using it for you to stay alive that nobody understands? And maybe it's going to take 100 years to find this out. But with the progress of the chemistry right now, the analytic chemistry and the machinery people is doing, I'm very much optimistic. Think about 10 years ago. The big challenge was to make the human genome. Right now, it's just 10 minutes into a computer. You send your stuff and it comes back, and that's it. So I think, the knowledge, the growth of the knowledge, our society, the global society we're operating right now, is such amazing as a global entity of building the knowledge. So I'm pretty sure that even if the problem is tremendously complex, I would agree, it happened. So one day or another, we're going to understand it.
So I think that's a great place to end. I think there's so much more to learn that we should continue to be in the pursuit of new knowledge, and that will definitely help us understand a bit more about the future, even though we don't have crystal balls and can't predict it all. So thank you, panel. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. We're just going to go this way.
Thank you all for giving us that wonderfully stimulating start to the dialogue. So now we come into a new section where we look at the question of the future and looking forward. It's fun to speculate about the future, but what's the point? And how best should we do it? We thought it would be interesting to bring together some people to talk about that and answer the question, why look forward? And we have 4 people very well qualified to do that in the next panel. Frances Arnold is 2018 Nobel laureate in chemistry, and she's currently serving as co-chair of President Biden's Council of Advisors on Science and Technology. Stephen Chu, 1997 laureate in physics, served as energy secretary in President Obama's administration. And Anders Sandberg, who is a senior fellow at the Future of Humanity Institute in Oxford, comes from an institute which concerns itself uniquely with questions of that influence humanity and its prospects. Bringing them together in discussion is Helga Novotny, Professor Emerita at ETH in Zurich. And Helga is a social scientist looking at science and technology, and she is very concerned with the questions of prediction, as exemplified, for instance, by her 2015 book, beautifully entitled The Cunning of Uncertainty. So,
thank you.
Over to you.
So to respond to the challenge that Adam posed to us, why prediction? I think the answer has been given by humanity from its very beginning, because all of our ancestors wanted to know what does the future hold for them. This is why you have divination practices in every culture we know of. People looked at the bones of sheep that they hold over fires to interpret from the cracks what the future held for them. Now, we no longer do divinations. We have science. We have scientific predictions, as we heard. And with modern science, we found a way of testing the predictions we made and the outcome of experiments. And since then, we have scientific predictions that have expanded way beyond the scientific experiment into all kinds of societal issues that preoccupy us. But there's one crucial difference. Scientists know that predictions are based on probabilities, while divination practices, you got an answer, it was yes or no, you believed it, and that was it. And so the first question we want to discuss here, and I will turn to Stephen to give us the first spark for an answer, is we are using, and we are in need in desperate need of scientific predictions to deal with the crucial issues we face today. It's climate change, it's the pandemic, it's a lot of other issues. But we also experience there is this gap between what we know, what science tells us, and how our leaders, but also all of us, act in daily life. Now, Stephen, you have been, in your past experience, at the forefront of grappling with this gap. What is your answer to this? How can we bridge this gap? How can we use scientific predictions to lead us to action?
So this is a very, very important question, but we're in a very different stage in the history of humanity. Science has never gotten out and so far in front and said things we're doing today and things we've done in the past couple hundred years will not only affect us in the immediate future or our children or our grandchildren, but going forward hundreds of years. So science has never said that we're going to affect things hundreds of years from today. And it's not good news. It's not all good news. And so there's a natural human reaction. That might be true, but you're not really sure. Just like a doctor tells you, you're smoking. This is not good for your health. Do you say to your doctor, well, I've heard about that, but I'm not really believing it. Can you guarantee if I continue to smoke, I will get heart disease or lung cancer? If not, I'll continue smoking because I like smoking. Now, that's a personal choice, but science is telling us, no, it's the collective humanity that's going to be doing something. And can science predict exactly what's going to happen? No, big uncertainties. But it's risk management. You may smoke for the rest of your life and never get heart disease or lung cancer. But then now you're playing with all of humanity. And do you have to be sure? Or do you say, well, there are probabilities, as you say, and there are huge uncertainties. But as prudent risk management, as prudent responsible people for the great-great-great-grandchildren of the future, what should we do? So society has never faced this before.
Let me ask my other two panelists here. So if we say, scientific predictions, they should help us to cope better with uncertainty. What are the ways how we can better cope? Because in my experience, I find that scientists cope well with uncertainty. But politicians and most of us in society, we want certainty. We want answers, yes or no. A politician asks a scientist, is this substance cancerous, yes or no? But the only answer scientists can give honestly is under certain conditions, yes, under certain conditions, no. So how do we manage this risk? How do we manage uncertainty, which is much more than risk? Anders?
One of the fundamental differences between divination practices and science, and also good forms of future studies, is that you can be wrong about the later. The oracle is telling a good story, and we're feeling that this is a good story, and we don't actually care too much about whether it turns out to be right or wrong. But when we want to make predictions, they can be better or worse, and they can be more or less uncertain. But again, knowing things about the future, even if it's uncertain, is not important. It's doing something about it. You want to have predictions that are decision relevant. And this is tricky because most of the time we tend to talk about it as if it was getting a crystal ball and getting a vision of a future. But what you actually want is to have that vision drive the right kind of actions, which might sometimes be wrong, and we need to accept that. This knowledge about uncertainty and decision relevance is what we need to get decision makers to understand. And I think in order to get them to understand it, we probably need to get the public to understand it. Because we're living in a world where risk management thinking is really essential, and it needs to be part of many of our calculations as a society. And that means that we probably need to elect politicians who are good at it. as the pandemic has demonstrated, the wrong kind of risk management produced tremendously bad effects. And we need to hold people accountable. And if they don't know how to do that well, then we need to tell them that, okay, better get an education about this or get out of the way for somebody who can do better, more careful in the risk management.
Francis, Anders said it's tricky, and I think we agree. What is your take on it?
Well, I think that we underestimate people's ability to understand uncertainty, because we all understand that with our investments, we have to have a portfolio approach, right? Because you cannot predict the details of the future, and that we have to hedge our bets in ways that spread across the scientific enterprise and across society. And that means we do have to work together to do that and let 1,000 flowers bloom, but then promote the growth of the ones that will really solve the problems.
But would you say the expectations that society has from science are somewhat, misled in the sense that we have too high expectations? Science holds all the answers, which clearly, as we heard also from the previous panelists, we know is not the case. Scientists are excited if there's an anomaly, because something does not conform to what you expect. It's exciting because you can find out more that you did not know. So what is it about the expectations that we as scientists have to convey better to society? What we can tell them, with what kind of probability or degrees of certainty, whatever. Are we doing something wrong? Could we do it better?
I don't know. I think conveying uncertainty is a tricky thing, because we're built to be avoiding uncertainty. Our brains are acting in a world of uncertainty. We're getting noisy sensory information. We need to act. But evolution has given us this drive to reduce uncertainty. And the problem is, of course, that with our enormous frontal lobes, we can imagine things, we can come up with clever ways of managing our environment. But it has also led to us to deny uncertainty. The best way of paralyzing a decision maker is to say, this is an uncertain decision. Yet entrepreneurs every day are making decisions under uncertainty. We make decisions under uncertainty every day when we get out of bed and figure out how to get to our job. And the thing is, we need to become more aware on how to teach this, and maybe even express it as managing uncertainty. Normally we think of it as normal education, but normal education pretends to give you certain answers and tell you this is the way the world is. Or if it's a really good one, this is how you create a better world. And I think that might be the way forward, because when we think about our own actions, then we might be recognized that I need to try different things. I need to look around and see among the thousands of flowers which ones are actually working, which ideas am I going to copy. I think we need to turn it into a practice.
Well, so I think some of the fault for this miscommunication that you're alluding to does come from scientists who make pronouncements. We've seen that all through the pandemic. And then we get more information and we change our minds and we make other pronouncements without conveying the degree of uncertainty, and also that it's fine to change one's mind. Yeah. So we have to do clearly a far better job in the way that we convey information to non-scientists.
But I would change it a little bit and bring up something. We also deal with predictions and things like that, and then we think, well, what happened in the past? So, very famous expression, those who don't know the past are condemned to repeat it. And so I'm going to link that with the need of humans to have certainty, to go to a politician or a fortune teller and say, this is what's going to happen. So I was reminded of a favorite cartoon of mine. There's a soothsayer with a crystal ball, and there's an anxious woman looking. And then the soothsayer says, you will make the same mistakes you've made in the past. Not just once, but over and over and over again. And we're good at that because we forgot about the past.
Well, and also, though, the future becomes more uncertainty because the problems that we're dealing with are such high complexity that our ability to predict, right? What do they say? If you don't know where you're going, you'll end up somewhere else, right? Yes. And we don't know where we're going because the problems are so complex. We don't know how to predict them even a year out, much less 10 years out. And we use models that themselves bring in even more uncertainty than our experience.
But on the other hand, there's also a probability, for example, climate change. If you don't change direction, you may end up where you're heading. And so there's both of these things.
But that's the beauty, talking about uncertainty. You know, the future is uncertain.
We have to deal with it.
And it remains uncertain. But let me move on in our discussion here to the way how very often the public now is being bombarded with all kinds of speculation what the future will bring, some of it based on certain models, there are other models and so on, and we know the complexity of it all. But very often we end up with a kind of, I call it a trap, between a utopian vision and a dystopian vision, and nothing in between. And the utopian vision very often is fed by kind of techno-hype or techno-optimism. You know, we invent the next technological fix, all our problems would be solved, I simplify. And the other one is the apocalyptic vision. You know, the world is falling apart tomorrow, if not yesterday already, and that's it. Anders, you have been somewhat near in what you do to both the utopian and the dystopian vision, which is widespread. How do you deal with it?
Yes, in my normal work, I literally deal with the end of the world. At least scenarios for how the world might end or humanity end up in a state so bad that we wish the world had ended. But I'm also writing this enormous thick book about if we survive and get our act together, how good could it become? And the answer is literally astronomical. By most measures of goodness, we have seen nothing yet. We're really at the start of history. So if we don't flub it right now, the future looks very bright, except that it can go really terribly wrong. And that is the interesting thing, because how does this play out? Well, in the 1950s, Fred Pollack, a futurist in the Netherlands, wrote a very influential book that nobody remembers because it became so influential that we all think it's common sense. But we use images of a future to think about it. We have a picture of what an ecological devastated world is. We have an image of what the utopian social or environmental future are like. All cultures have these images and they use them to think about it. It's almost like little trading cards you bring up. When I talk about the risks from artificial intelligence, in the heads of the audience, immediately the Terminator shows up, or more recently, the lady robot from Ex Machina. And this is sometimes great because you can easily describe things by just invoking a particular picture. It's also kind of dangerous because sometimes the pictures are not what we're talking about. And I think this issue is that we have only a finite set of pictures. There is only so many really good or important movies or pictures and stories in any culture. So we don't have that many choices. So when people start talking about the future, they grab the standard utopia or the standard dystopia. But if we look at how the world actually is, it's of course this absurd mixture. We're living in a world that is simultaneously massively utopian and dystopian at the same time, and it mixes. It's not like oil and water. It actually emulsifies in this complex world we're living in. And this is a real challenge, of course, if we want to think well about the future, because getting a mixed future, that is much more uncertainty. And I think that gets back to the original part of this discussion. We reduce uncertainty by assuming everything is bad or everything is good. But that is not very likely to lead.
It's a very dangerous reduction, you know. Yeah. And we don't want to end up there. You know, the future, talking about the future, to me seems like a big projection screen. And depending on the mood that people are in, we have a cultural repertoire. You call it the images or pictures. I would say we have a cultural repertoire, and then we project it. But what we project very much depends on the state in which we find ourselves. And there are more optimistic and more pessimistic phases we go through. And right now it seems we are in a pessimistic downturn. You know, we see the economy, we are in inflation, recession is coming, we have geopolitical tensions, which are really frightening, and so on. So how can we manage this? Or, you know, do we have to wait to be able to come out of this again?
Well, I come from Los Angeles. The film industry always wants to talk to scientists, storytellers, and it's very easy to tell a story of everything that goes wrong, of scientists run amok, experiments gone wrong, too much power, too little wisdom. But it's so much harder to tell a story of tragedy averted. But that's the scientist's possibility, right? That's the story that we have to learn how to tell by doing, by creating the future. And all scientists are optimists, except for maybe you, but because how else would you go into the laboratory and work away trying to discover something that you're not even sure is there? I mean, we have to be optimists, but we can create the future, right? You might not have anticipated the internet, but the creators did. And I might not have anticipated vaccines in a few months, but the creators of those things did see that future and then work together to make that future happen. So I like the idea that we can write the future as a team.
Yeah, which brings me to, you know, the last question I want to pose to you. You know, what does it take to change our idea of the future, the view of the future? And as I just said, you know, we seem to be in this very pessimistic mood. Also, you mentioned, you know, the 50s. When you go back just 20 years ago and you asked people, what are your ideas about the future? It was very optimistic, and people had ideas about the future. If you ask them now what you get on average, you know, people are not so much interested in, you know, exciting things that might happen in the future, because we have too many problems in the present. So this sort of dims your view of what the future might hold. And so this is, you know, we somehow, as Francis just said, you know, what can we do to open up the future again? And I just want to remind everyone in the audience, it's only a couple of 100 years ago that for the first time humanity understood that the future was not set in stone. It was not the gods or God or fate that determined what the future would be, but humanity discovered the future is an open horizon. And how can we convey this and change it for the better? Stephen.
So again, I want to go back to history. The reason the mood is different today is because we look at ourselves and we look at our children and we feel, my children's life is not going to be better than mine. It might be worse. And so it's a very different feeling from 30, 40, 50 years ago. And when this happens, some people will come in and say, you're right, you're being left behind. And I'll tell you who to blame, and I'll tell you what's wrong. You have to make internal enemies within your country. In the United States, it would be immigrants and things like that. You have to make external enemies. In the United States, it would be China. And then you look and think, well, has this happened in the past? And the answer is yes, over and over and over again. In the 20s, right? Start with Germany. Germany was collapsing. Someone comes along and says, I'll tell you who to blame. Believe me, your lives are going to get better. So Italy says the same, and it goes on. And they say, fine. And then they say, well, maybe I don't agree with everything, but in the end, what's going to make my life better? And so this But that's just the recent past. You just go further and further back, and it happens over and over and over again. And so what's happening now, and then scientists are saying, we are bimodal, we are manic depressive. We do think that science will provide even better solutions, the answers to de-risk climate change. That's one thing. And the other thing is that policymakers and the general public don't think it's as important an issue. And so, of course, you're going to be manic depressive.
I'm not sure that your children would agree, you know, that going back in history holds the solution. But Francis, I would give the last word to you, because I know you have been thinking about what does it take to create the framework, to create the conditions for, you know, people who have good ideas to let them thrive.
So I don't think that we have the right or there's no way that we should be paralyzed by the future. Fear is not going to move anything forward, and there's no reason to be fearful. I mean, there's plenty of reason to be fearful, but there's no good future in that. And I believe that we need to create the structures that enable this powerful creative minds that humans have been gifted with and misuse all too often to create the future. The ecologist Sandra Diaz made a wonderful analogy for ecosystems and biodiversity. And she called it a fabric, a tapestry, where there's both a weft and a warp. And the weft is the beautiful intricacies of our science systems and our ideas and our institutions. Very diverse, many contributions there. But without the weft to make it strong, we don't have a resilient system. And we have to have a resilient system in order to move forward in a constantly changing and adapting world. So what is that weft? It's a very small number of fundamental principles that guide science: openness, collaborations, ethics, communication to the public, and equality and diversity that we have to have in order to move forward. And if we build those institutions properly, then all the good ideas can come up and innovation can be supported.
It's a wonderful way to end. Let's take this beautiful metaphor of the warp and the web, and let's take it with us and try to implement it in whatever way we can. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you so very much. And Helga introduced our next panel beautifully by asking that question of what does it take to change our vision of the future. We thought it would be interesting to consider that question at a personal level. Every so often there are events in life which change our own visions of our own future, events that change our perception of what matters in life. And we're bringing two people on stage now who've, hello, we have one, great, fantastic, Ben, who have experienced life-changing events, in one case to a very great extent, to one case to a slightly lesser extent, but both of them had their views of their own lives changed. And Ben List you've already met. Birgit Skarstein from Norway is a world champion rower and skier. She is 7 times world champion single scull rower and also a Paralympian gold medalist. So welcome to you both. Birgit, let's start with you. Why don't you just tell your story? What changed your view of life?
Well, I'd say that it very much changed my view of life when I was 19 years old. I had been working in Thailand, and I had an accident that cut my left foot off. And that's, you know, a little bit complicated itself. But then it turned out I also got a little bacteria into that leg. And that was really it was really interesting. The nerd in me just really thought that was very interesting to watch, because every day when we were taking the wraps off the leg, a little bit more of the flesh would be gone, because this bacteria, it was eating the leg from the inside. And since I caught this in Thailand, it was not very normal to bring back to Norway. And I can still remember the doctor, after they got tested this bacteria to see what is this. And he came into my room, and he had like stars in his eyes. And he was so enthusiastic. He was like, this tropical bacteria they've never seen before. We have no clue what to do. We're going to find a totally new combination of antibiotics for you. And I was like, that's great. That's fun. Let's see if we can do it. Yay. And that also really gave me that feeling that this is not dependent on willpower. This is not about just wanting to get well. I'm totally dependent on modern medicine to fix this. Because the bacteria was spreading, it was eating more and more, and I knew that. And the doctor said, if you don't get this, you're out. And I was 19. I thought I had the rest of my life in front of me. And suddenly I realized, oh, was this it? Did I get 19 years? It was good 19 years. I was happy. I'm lucky. I got 19 years. That's good. And as I was writing my will for my siblings, with the money that I had saved, working part-time aside of high school, and saying, don't drink this money up. Dare to go for education. I'm going to be your big sister anyways, even if I can't be there. Accepting the vulnerability that we're all living with, but that's not there in everyday life. And also seeing the opportunities that we have gotten from the people going in front of us. And they did actually fix the bacteria. And out of bad luck, I was 10 months later having a surgery on my foot. It was a very easy surgery. And I got an epidural, anesthetic into the back, very uncomplicated. And then it turned out they hit the spinal cord by mistake. And it was just that they were doing something good for me. Like, they wanted to do something good. They just wanted me to not have pain, and ended up taking away the pain for the rest of the life. And I woke up, and it was belly button down. So it was the wrong dose at the wrong place at the wrong time. And I woke up, and this physiotherapist, she comes into the room, and she says, I was sitting in my bed, kind of like you're sitting in your seats now. And she said, can you lift your right leg? And if I tell you guys, can you lift your right leg? How'd you do that? Try. Yeah, you do it, right? You just do it. You just lift your leg. And I was sitting there and I was looking at my leg. I was like, come on. Sesame, sesame, lift. And it didn't happen. And she said, could you lift your left leg? I was like, come on, how do I do this? I've been walking for 20 years, come on. And it just didn't move. And she was like, that's not too good. And the doctors, after a couple of months, they said, well, it might pass. Until we had that, talk where I asked them straight out, will I ever be able to walk again? And this feeling when it gets totally quiet, a little bit awkward. And then one of them was like, well, there's a lot of really interesting stem cell science going on in China. I was like, okay, no. But now, the future, what it holds, that answer to that question might be different. Yeah, that's my take into it.
And you have a chance to talk about that different future. Thank you, Birgit. And you have a chance to talk about that different, potentially scientific future in a panel this afternoon. Ben, very briefly, you had an event which was less life-changing, but it did change your perspective on life. Just very briefly, tell us what it was.
Yeah. So as I had explained to you, I didn't feel so comfortable telling my story now because I can still walk, and I had a little accident, and everybody survived. So it's kind of challenging to even bring this up in this context after what you have just described. In any case, in my experience, we were in Thailand as well in 2004. And the last day of our vacation with my two boys, 3 and 5 years old, not being able to swim. And we had just packed our stuff and we were sitting by the pool. And then a loud noise started to erupt. And people came running all of a sudden from the beach saying, a big wave is coming. And both my wife and I grabbed one child and tried to sort of run a little bit, but then the water was coming. And just a minute later, we were just in the deep black water. And the kids, I lost my boy out of my hand, and I was just alone. And this moment was like, there was not even a body anymore. I couldn't even understand the situation. It was so quick and so dark. And in any case, as I said, like we all survived. We all came out, and I was under the water a few minutes, tumbled around, and then all of a sudden I came to the surface. I saw, okay, this is the situation. The village is gone. We are all underwater. And then I was underwater again, and finally somehow I came out and climbed on a tree. And but that took so long that I was absolutely convinced I would be the only one that has survived this from our family, because it was I came out and it was just a miracle that I survived that big wave. And so then after some time, when we got some confidence in the sea to be calm again, I climbed down, I walked up, walked around, and then I met somebody, and he said, I saw your wife on another hill, and she was with one boy. And I was like, oh, maybe she saved her boy. I mean, these are the thoughts that you have in that moment. And then I finally came on that hill, and there was the son that I was carrying, actually, he was with her, because when she survived this and saved herself on a palm tree, she heard a voice, some kid crying, Mama, Mama, and it was Paul. So she jumped in the water, saved his life, climbed on the tree again, and there they were. And he was kind of severely injured. He had a little hole in his lung and was pale in his face, and we were rather nervous. But the 3-year-old boy was somehow not there anymore. And so, yeah, then it was all about saving Paul, and so, it took some while, and we went to one Buddhist monastery, and finally, in the late evening, we arrived at a hospital 150 kilometers away. Paulie, that we wanted to save, my wife and I, and we came to a room that was sort of abandoned children, like there were just a few children, and in the very far corner of the room, there was one blonde guy that looked like my little son. And then I was like, that can't be. That's kind of a hallucination that you have when you just lost a child. Maybe you just... So I walked towards his face, and then he was just in front of me. And I was, yeah, that's him, And it was like such an incredible moment. I mean, this is beyond what I have had experienced in my life, also subsequently, I have to say, including what happened on October 6th last year. That was really incredible. And it also, for him, it took a moment to recognize me, but then we were there and celebrating our recovery. Yeah. So that was the story in a short version. Again, it's nothing in comparison to what we have experienced.
Definitely.
Thank you. Not easy stories to tell, either of them. I want you to be in conversation with each other now about how this changes your view of what matters. But just I'd like you to start. But for the first 2 minutes, we're going to try something, which is that, of course, these are very dramatic events. We all have events that change our perspective on life, sometimes, to greater or lesser extent. And we just thought that it might be interesting for some of you to share those thoughts with the people you're sitting next to, perhaps people you're sitting next to that you don't know. It's a bit bold, it's a bit experimental. You may not feel comfortable doing this, in which case, you now have 2 minutes of quiet. You can check your phones, look at your messages, sleep, whatever you like for 2 minutes. But if you'd like to, there are 2 minutes available to tell each other very briefly stories about things that have changed your lives. So please go ahead.
Oh my God, that was breathtaking. You were saying when you found yourself.
To start.
You can start.
So I know 2 minutes isn't very long. You probably just got started. But thank you, and sorry to bring you back to stage, but I'd love to eavesdrop on the conversation that is beginning between Ben and Birgit. So please.
I mean, who am I to conclude and say how this life-changing event has changed me, because I'm here in good health, and so are my kids, and they're both here, like 2 meter and 3 tall huge boys, giants, and everybody's happy. But what was so profound for me was this recognition when you come out of this dark water, and after this month, and somehow we all came back to good health, this realization what really matters, which I had, because before I was a very ambitious scientist, like many here, that came to Stockholm ultimately, right? Super, eager to get cited and get recognized and so on. Coming out of this water, that was like so uninteresting. I mean, I completely lost this. I couldn't care less about how much recognition I get, how much citations I have, and who publishes what. It was completely irrelevant for my life all of a sudden. And I had this very simple idea. I was in a hospital in Phuket, and then I thought maybe a rainy day in Mülheim an der Ruhr, a relatively boring city in the western part of Germany, I drink a cup of tea, and that was heaven for me, right? And that's what I also think when I see people affected with COVID, for example, right? And in the early days when it was really a bad disease, they can't breathe, right? So they lie on their belly in the hospital, and then they think, wasn't it the most beautiful thing in my life to be able to just normally breathe, right? And that, it sort of simplifies your life when you have such an experience. At least for me, it was like this. I don't know how it was for you, but I guess you seem like a person who has this life energy fully in it. And I imagine you got the same spirit back at some point. I don't know.
I can really relate to what you're saying. It's simplifying it because it's not that complicated. We're really lucky to be alive, and we have this opportunity to do something about it. Yeah. That is a huge privilege, and getting to know that to not take it for granted, and also to see what you actually have. I think that afterwards the colors got a little bit stronger. The feeling of being able to take a breath and see the great people I have in life. To see how lucky we are to be doing what we're doing, to find compassion and love, and to see the value of little things. Be grateful, because I always have a really huge contrast saying that I didn't even have to be here. And in that way, everything is kind of a bonus. And life is unfair. It is for most of us at times, you know, it goes up and down. And when you make the references so wide, and you have a perspective of what could be the alternative, maybe it's a little bit easier to see the good parts and the positive things and the things that you're grateful of having. Yeah. And if you focus your energy into what you can do and what you got, you can get further. But I also had a little bit of an opposite experience than you, because I for a while felt like I had a rush. You know, I can die any day. You know, I really have to get going. I have to get all this done. You know, it could be over tomorrow. And then after like 10 years of rushing, I was like, you know, it's also nice to just sit still and find lots of meaning in life in connection with other people, because in some way everything comes back to the people we're doing this with.
Yeah, or other animals, dogs, for example. I mean, nothing against the call from Stockholm. That was really a special moment. It was ecstatic. I mean, don't get me wrong, especially here. But, you know, during lunchtime, I take a walk with my dog through a little forest close to our house, and the sun comes through the leaves, and it's just so joyful. You know, it's just the beauty and what you said also about people seeing my kids grow up like this and being strong, tall boys. It's just incredible. There's so much joy and beauty in this planet, and intelligence, right? And all these things that we can enjoy. So, yeah.
Wow. Thank you so much. There's so much joy and beauty in your conversation, despite the backdrop to it. It could go on for a long time, but unfortunately, as timekeeper, I'm not allowed to break the rules, so we have to stop. But I also wanted to thank the audience for taking part so beautifully. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. It was an amazing thing to see. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you both. So we now continue with this theme of visions of the future in a panel that's considering utopian and dystopian views of the future. And we're bringing together for this a nice variety of people. Hilmar Pettersson is the CEO of CCP Games, an Icelandic gaming company, and he's going to start us off with a talk called Inventing the Universe, a short talk. And then we're going to have him joined by Camilla Brudin-Borg, who is a professor at the University of Gothenburg and is the PI for the Utopian Stories project, which she will be telling you about, and also Anthony Aguirre, a physicist and also co-founder of the Future of Life Institute in the US, somebody who is involved in a project called World Building, which you'll also hear about. They'll be moderated by the journalist and producer Karin Svensson, who is the producer of Nobel Prize Conversations, our podcast from nobelprize.org. So, welcome to Hilmar for his talk, and then to the panel. I don't know where I'm going. Should I chase them all away?
Thank you. I'm going to give you a very short talk on this big topic of inventing the universe. So the story starts a little bit with the core mission of the company I work for. And the core mission is to make virtual worlds more meaningful than real life. It's a big provocation because there's endless debate within the company. Why not as meaningful? Why more meaningful? What is real life? Opens up many questions. Story actually goes back quite far. So in 1992, 20 years ago, a bunch of kids in Iceland, me included, we wanted to create the metaverse. We were using VRML technology to create the metaverse. Quickly found out nobody needed the metaverse, at least not back then. We made another company to try to make some sense of it called SmartVR. Then we created CCP, we created EVE Online, we did a bunch of experiments with virtual reality, and now we're trying to figure out what we can learn from those 30 years of trying and how we can do even better in the next 30 years. All of this is inspired by this book, Snow Crash by Neil Stevenson. Here is kind of what it looked like when we started. This is the VRML browser or virtual. You could be an alien, you could be whatever, you see the street, you can, anything you could imagine, you could create. It was a little bit like Minecraft creative mode. And because it was like Minecraft creator mode, anyone that's played Minecraft doesn't really have a lot of meaning. So we came up with EVE Online. EVE Online is kind of Minecraft survival mode. There's an economy, there's physics, everything else, everything in the world is hard work. Also looks much better. And it's somewhat inspired by this. If you wish to make an apple pie from scratch, you must first invent the universe. It's an excellent quote. Gives you a lot of respect for how well the universe is created. It's a high bar to do something more meaningful. But we wanted to create this framework where people could tell big stories. And the biggest story we could think of is kind of the Bible. Bible is the killer app for the printed press. About 5 billion copies have been printed. So the game is called EVE, the setting is called New Eden. First version of the game is called the Second Genesis. No small things, we're 20 years old in Iceland. EVE Online has a story, you can choose what you want to do. It's very open-ended, it's a sandbox to create your own stories. And it's built on a fairly rudimentary digital physics of sorts. It's a far cry from our physics of reality, but it actually puts us on a big quest on figuring out why the physics of reality are so interesting. So talking about physicists, about how we can recreate it digitally is one of my favorite pastimes. Here are some of the stories that have come out of this operating system that have kind of taken care of itself. We harvested 5,000 stories for EVE players 10 years ago, and if we put an AI to source what it does, here are kind of the emotions that arise from this storytelling engine that is EVE. And we think a lot about, okay, how do we evolve EVE? And now that we have this understanding, at least some experience, of creating a universe, what would we create? Would we create Utopia? Would we create something that meets the values of the West, values of Jesus, etc.? We've come up with this. To generate happiness, you need three things. You need something to hope for, you need somebody to love, and you need something to do. Here's kind of what it looks like in our own sort of product management science. We've broken this down into various initiatives where we have hundreds of people working along this path to try to make a better job. And ultimately, the question is, why does a very dystopic world, EVE Online is a very dystopic world, it's about death and destruction. Why does it create so much beauty, and why does it create so many friendships? We found out after running the experiment for about 15 years that EVE Online is a friendship generation machine. And friendship, as per the three pillars of happiness, someone to love, is a big deal. And it's kind of dying out in the world. The epidemic of loneliness is really destroying health, happiness, and hope for the future. People have self-reported fewer friends today than they did 20 years ago when we started this experiment. Not so much for EVE players. If we ask EVE players, 73% of them tell us that they have made a friend because of EVE Online. That has led us on to the science of figuring out how you make a friend. There's a formula for it. This is the formula. And a key element of the formula is intensity. So in this capitalistic future dystopia that is EVE Online taking place 20,000 years from now, where everything is harsh and evil, friendship emerges. So it is a little bit to think about when you think about our world today, and we heard some outlook here where people are not very positive about the future. These might be the times where the most beauty arises. So let's not be down on it, let's have hope. If you can have friendships come from a futuristic capitalistic space game made in Iceland, we certainly can too on this planet. Thank you.
Hilmar, thank you very much indeed. And in fact, a special chair arrives for you. So please, and if the panel wants to come over and start, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Hilmar. And I think we're going to kick off by seeing by a raise of hands if we have any gamers in the audience. Got a few. Are there any of you who played within a futuristic setting in a game? Yes. Interesting. I think we might have a lot more hands if we had some 12 to 18-year-olds, more of those, because that's where it's happening at the moment as well. And I'm just I was fascinated by the fact that Frances Arnold talked about writing the future as a team, because I would say that that's something that connects the three of you. Hilma for 20 years creating this game with the gamers in this world, and Camilla with the project Utopian Stories, where you're collecting stories from the wider public about their ideas of utopia. And Anthony, with the contest that you did, the Future of Life Institute this spring, where you asked participants to create the future of 2045 with AI as a very important aspect of that. And I'd like to start out with asking you about the importance of bringing in other disciplines, of bringing in other perspectives on predicting the future and creating the future in arts, in gaming, in literature. And why is that important to have that perspective, you think? Camilla, you want to start out?
Well, if we're going to write the future, maybe it's very important to not have the technological or the scientific sort of kind of future stories, but also from fiction, from ordinary people, from all kinds of the many flowers, as was talked about before. And I think especially fiction is producing those stories in a very special way. They don't really have to stick to the boundaries. They can experiment and elaborate and use the stories as a kind of playground to get other kinds of future, or maybe even totally new ideas of how to break the boundaries of what's not going so good today. So I think it's very important to bring in the arts and also common people to help building those stories.
And as a physicist, how do you feel about sort of the culture segment trying to invade this space, so to speak?
I don't think it's an invasion. I think we tend to think of nowadays anyway as the future is being created by technology, and that is a huge part of it. A lot of the big changes that we've seen over the last century or two have been driven by technology, but just as importantly, they've been driven by society and social progress and the social structures that we've built to deal with and channel those technologies. So I think technologists tend to like to have it both ways. They have this drive behind what they're trying to develop, that they want to make the world a better place. Often, at least they'll say so. But if you then ask them about what are the moral or ethical implications, what are the risks, what are the dangers? Well, that's not really up to me. I'm just making the technology. That's for society to decide. And I think there is some truth to that. I think it's a little bit unfair for them to have it both ways, but it is fair to say that we have to build the social structures and the institutions that lead to the sort of future that we want to have. The technology itself is going to drive it, in one way or another. But if we wanted to drive it in a way that is sort of beneficial for a large number of people in a society we want, we're really going to have to take charge of that.
Would you like to add to that, Emma?
So to create something like EVE Online was very multidisciplinary. We had people with PhDs in physics and economies. I have a degree in computer science, but we also had fashion designers, painters, and we also just had people from the streets of Reykjavik, because we were doing this post-dot-com bubble, and working on the internet was not very cool back then. So it was a very sort of motley sort of combination of people. Also a little bit Icelandic. Iceland is such a tiny country. You can't really have single disciplines for anything. There's really just one person that knows that thing. So you have to sort of work with what you got. And I think it shows in the outcome that it wasn't created by any single discipline. There's a lot of friction and amalgam coming from that. And I think a lot of the culture that arises from the sandbox that is EVE Online is evidenced by that kind of initial condition.
And one of the questions about sort of portraying the future in fiction is, will you make it dystopic or utopian? And you want to, Camilla, ask the audience about those two?
Well, from my perspective, I'm a literary scholar, and there is a basic difference between how they work. I think dystopia is taking something we see here in here and now, which we are scared of in some kind of way. Maybe it's scary with the AI and things like that. And the dystopian story is exploring that. What if it goes this bad? But the utopian also starts in here and now, but it makes a good alternative out of that and try to think differently in an optimistic way. But then historically, the utopian stories have developed in very many different sort of directions. From the start, it was just a blueprint of a totally complete country where someone ended up in, and everything was ready and nothing to add in that country. But nowadays, the utopias are more in process, and we can follow the characters in this kind of fiction, how they build and how they struggle and so on, in the process of building the good world, sort of. So, yeah.
You want to ask?
So, I mean, we very specifically wanted to create a dystopian world. It's capitalism gone wrong in all the ways it could go wrong. And it's gone wrong for 20,000 years. That's how bad it is. The first thing we wrote down in the script behind the one line was, death is a serious matter. Second line was like, what about fear? Like, these were the sort of topics. And you would think that such a dystopic creation would just lead to evil things. But what has been so far the results of the experiments is that when you create a world like that, the people that come into it, they bring the light. And if you have already created darkness, there is something to light up. If you create a utopian creation, it's usually idea of the few and forced on the many. But when you create dystopia, you have freedom to create your own utopia out of it. So we did not deliberately go into it with this. We were not that smart. But in hindsight, it was the best idea to create an evil place to define what it means to be good. So the winning strategy in Even Line is to do what you say and say what you do and be a trusting person. And that's kind of been the story so far in the 20-year social experiment where millions of people have come into Even Line. The people that rise to the top are the people that exhibit properties of being good.
But the contest that you arranged was a utopian project. The ground rules was that you didn't want there to be any big wars going on in the future in this scenario, and that there was progress in a way. Why was that an important starting point?
Yeah, I mean, we deliberately avoided the word utopian for many of these historical reasons. It tends to be kind of the origin of a dystopia is a utopia. But I think just saying that things have gone fairly well is so radical nowadays. I think we've gotten to this point where most of the collective vision of humanity, at least in the West, and especially I think among young people, is so bleak. And I think whether that sort of originates from our media or the media is channeling the feeling that is there is unclear. But I think we wanted to say, well, what happens if we try to have visions that aren't quite so bleak, that just things more or less work out, that there isn't dystopia, there isn't catastrophe, there isn't world wars and AI takeovers and horrible, even worse pandemics. And I think there's actually sort of a hunger for that. I think there is, the dystopias in Hollywood are getting a little tiresome over and over again. And I also think that, I strongly believe that, our sort of socio-technological system, like life itself, is something that sort of works with goals. We can meander along and just hope that technology somehow makes everything better by itself. I don't think that's going to happen. I think we need individually, as in our own lives, and at some level collectively, to have some goals that we want to work toward, because otherwise we're going to just stray off into strange places. So the idea of this contest was to try to build some of those visions, see what people come up with, see what different futures are out there that are plausible, that we really could have, but just are pretty decent. That didn't seem like such a big ask, but it is a lot harder to do than the dystopic ones.
But just to put it to the audience, then, if I could see a raise of hands, who prefers utopian stories? And who would rather read or watch a dystopian story? I think it's quite even, actually, a little bit more.
It's your fault.
Camilla, how do we make utopian stories more compelling then? How do we make utopian stories more compelling?
Oh, well, that's an interesting. But maybe the thing I was talking about before, that it has to have a kind of process, and in terms of building narratives, it's very important to have kind of conflict and something happening inside. So maybe if we get that kind of story going, that something happens more. It's not ending up in something that's completely ready. But I would like to comment on because I really underwrite all the things you are saying before. And I also think, I mean, we need stories positive stories to steer in a direction and not anywhere, sort of. And we really wanted to involve young people in this process. It's really important, because when I teach at university and I have workshops with younger people, and there's a lot of despair out there. It's dark, not only in the Hollywood stories, but also in reality. And to build utopian stories and to try to broaden the ability to think more different kinds of future is really important, I think. And to nudge, to inspire young people to build more varieties that step out of the norms and actually use fantasy as well. Not only what's plausible. In our project, they can fantasize ahead, they can do whatever they want. And I think we can use that also in a good way. And the thing is to break out a little bit from the boundaries and dare to step out of the box. So I think, in that sense, I think utopias can be thrilling. To write them, maybe not to read them, I don't know.
I'll maybe counter that a bit. So half the audience wanted to rather read a dystopian story. And I think in a dystopian story, in a dystopian world, you have more agency because there are problems to solve. If you read about utopia, then it's like, what should I really do here? It seems all to be thought out. I'm just carefully and happily, sedatedly marching along. There's nothing to do here. So if we believe, which I don't know if it's true, but if we believe that here, that the young are despair and they lack hope, then it's our failure to have given them hope. But it's also their agency of like, okay, the adults have lost all hope, seemingly. Well, we're going to fix it then. So I would have faith in the younger generation of just fixing it for us, because obviously we seem to be talking about our failure of having fixed it for them, and thus created dystopia. But that gives them marvelous agency of standing up and generating their own hope. I have faith in that happening.
But it's interesting because each of your projects has sort of reached out to many people to see what their ideas are, and I'm wondering what sort of surprised you about their ways of conjuring up a new world.
I could start. Well, another thing that I do is run this online prediction platform, and one of the things we've discovered from that is even when you ask a question like, will this happen or will that happen, often you get none of the above. You know, reality is very tricky that way. And I think that came through in the that comes through as we read the news, but it also came through in these visions of the future where many of the key like triggers for the big social and technological changes were just weird things that happened. So in one of the stories, for example, there was a pandemic that was worse than COVID. It ended up with a lot of people having like serious mental damage. And this led to a huge push for brain-computer interfaces because that was a way that they could more or less make these people functional again. So this completely changed the history of the world by sort of accelerating this merging with technology and these brain-computer interfaces, whether you like that or not. This is what happened in that world. By just decades, because of this tragic thing, it turned out in this world to be really, really positive. So I think it was very interesting for me to see some of these negative events or kind of things out of left field that ended up making this positive transformation.
Camilla?
Shall I go? Yeah. Okay. One thing that I found when I took a little sneak peek, because we haven't really collected all of it yet, but I've been taking a sneak peek into it, is that it's almost all of them are talking about urban settings. Everybody lives in cities in the futures. And that amazed me, because at the same time, it's clear that it's very important with ecology and the green future and so on. But the way they incorporate it, it's often to entangle the architecture with really fantastic ways of co-living with nature in new urban multi-species kind of really intricate ways. That was quite fantastic to read about that.
Yeah, so what has been the most inspiring from this experiment has been, in a way, what people that have spent decades inside the online, which is a place full of conflict, death and destruction. And you have to organize thousands of people against that, in a way. And often against other people. It's also part of why the world has been going on for 20 years. It's largely in an internal conflict about limited resources in the world. People that rise to the top of that, they end up leading tens of thousands of people across the planet, time zones, with very rudimentary tools we have put into the world, and they've largely created their own tools. And when I talk to them, they attribute a lot of their own human growth from dealing with that perpetual conflict, managing the troops, so to speak, do propaganda, do espionage, do security protocols. They do so many things to make this kind of war simulation end up in their favor. And that's, again, like, it seems to be the bigger you make the problems, the more it engages our humanity. So, and it's, again, just harping on the same point. The harsher the conditions, the more we seem to arise to the occasion. And maybe our world today has just been made a little too predictable. And sure, we have big problems, but there's a lot of kind of small problems which we've just taken away. So maybe we should introduce more smaller problems so that we have a slippery slope to tackling the bigger problems.
Or make sure that people are really connected to those bigger problems in a way that they feel like they can band together and work on. Because I love that vision. And I think part of what drives despair is the feeling that there are these huge problems without the sense of agency, that they're somebody else's job to solve them and they're not solving them, or that they're inexorable. So I think we can agree, I think, completely that the world has enough big problems right now, but that sense of let's band together and fix them, and that we can fix them if we band together, I think that is less absent than we would like it to be. And I think that could both help solve the problems and give the sense of agency and the sense of sort of reality that you're pointing to. My personal feeling is we're not in danger of too much utopia at the moment.
I agree.
But you've also said that you hope in the future the wars will only take place within games, which I think says something about our belief or the fact that storytelling also creates the future, not only thinking about it, but also pushing us in a direction. How is it that powerful a tool, would you say, Camilla?
Yeah, I think this, if you take the analogy that you made on your speech, where you create a sandbox and you throw in all the people, and they are evolving in there, so they get the space to expand and evolve and think new within. I think also literature or fiction or stories can function in another way, and it is to actually create new sandboxes, if we stick to the analogy. And that's what we are hoping for in our project. It's a really big demand to put on young people, of course. Please create a new world. But literature have the ability, with imagination, which is so fantastic with human people, we can put together pieces in totally new ways, and somewhere there the totally new can be born. I think, and it's a really important function of literature, storytelling, creative stories, and so on.
How do you feel about storytelling, the power of storytelling in this instance?
I think it's critical. I mean, I think that's the sort of creature we are. Even when we make this, when we justify our decisions, we're often, making a decision and then telling a story about it rather than like actually reasoning through to the conclusion. I think stories are inspiring to people, and I think people want to feel like they're sort of part of a larger narrative. They've got the story of their own life, but I think they do implicitly have the story of the world that they're in. And I think the story that most people are carrying of the world that they're in right now is a bit more of a tragedy than we would like it to be. So I think individually in our own lives and collectively having a story that sort of doesn't end badly and is an open-ended one, I think would be a huge benefit.
So, because you were mentioned some of the conversations were happening about like, if the war is taking place in EVE Online, does it need to take place on planet Earth? So wars largely happen to satisfy emotional needs of some small man somewhere. It's usually how they come to happen. And they're usually wars about resources. The resources are usually to satisfy emotional needs. 20% of economic activity on this planet is about physical needs. The rest are emotional needs. For example, people like to climb Mount Everest. There's no reason to do it. Believe me, there is nothing up there. It's been checked out. But people have this enormous emotional need for the presumably danger of doing it. And it's turning Mount Everest into a garbage dump. And there are queues of people being carried up by Sherpas to do that. And now they have a job in doing that, which might be actual economic activity for them. But certainly the people going up Mount Everest are just doing it for their ego and their emotional needs. Just stop doing that. Just come to EVE Online, get out of this ruinous behavior on the planet Earth, and satisfy your emotional needs in the virtual worlds, and let's leave the Earth alone.
Thank you so much. That's all we have time for, I'm afraid. Thank you.
Well, if you feel in need of a little dose of utopia after that, there's a chance to listen to some of the utopian stories that Camilla has been working on with the students. When two of the students and their teacher will be joining an impromptu session organized in the atrium outside during the lunch session. So I do encourage you to join that. We've been considering our own visions of the future, and now we're going to shift focus a little to how we imagine the lives of others and their visions. And for that, I'm delighted to welcome 2021 Nobel laureate in literature, Abdul Razak Gurna, in conversation with Karin Claesen, responsible for public programs at the Nobel Prize Museum. Please welcome them both.
So far away.
The man there said, go to the further chair and sit there. So.
We do what we're told. Well, Abdul Razak Gurna, warmly welcome.
Thank you.
The headline for this talk is Perspectives of Life, which is good because we can talk about anything, including death, I guess.
As you wish.
Yeah. You received, as Adam just mentioned, the Nobel Prize in Literature in 2021. And when you receive a Nobel Prize, there is also a motivation to it. And this one is formulated by the Swedish Academy. So you received the Nobel Prize for your uncompromising and compassionate penetration of the effects of colonialism and the fate of the refugee in the gulf between cultures and continents.
I'm thinking again of the title of this talk. Do you think that another description of what you as a writer might do would be to give us readers perspectives of life through your novels?
Oh, sure, yeah. I mean, that's another way of thinking about describing what writing is for, as I see it. That is to say, there is clearly different kinds of writing. We've just been hearing about that. But for me, writing is about what I see and what's in front of me. And perspectives on life would be another formulation which says the same thing. Incidentally, that citation that you quoted there, it's been repeated to me so many times that I think now I could probably say it for you next time you need to.
You know it by heart.
Well, I've just heard it a lot. But sure, perspectives on life is a pretty good way of thinking about what writing is about, I think.
You grew up on Zanzibar, and you left Zanzibar when you were a young man, 18, and you went to UK. And there you started to write. How come? Why writing?
Well, writing was always something that I found pleasurable to do. But also I think for a lot of us, even those people who would not think of what they do as writing, for a lot of us, writing is sometimes a useful way of just disentangling ideas or feelings. Maybe this is truer for younger people. I don't know. Certainly, it was truer for me when I was young. That sometimes just writing things down clarified what was going on. Sometimes it's also pleasurable in a dark way. So maybe this is what the previous panel was talking about. Sometimes when it's snowing or gloomy or miserable, and it's miserable inside as well, then writing that misery out is actually quite pleasurable in a way. All the self-pity flowing out, and the misery and so on. So, and it was a pretty miserable time for me, because I think being a stranger and young and poor, lots of possibilities for misery and all of that. So anyway, that's how it started, just writing things down, trying to work it out. And then at a certain point, I found myself fictionalizing this, making a story out of it. And so it went on.
And when doing so, then when fictionalizing it, did you know what you were going to write about? I mean, in the motivation that you know by heart, colonialism and refugees are mentioned. Was that from the very beginning the themes that you felt, this is what I'm going to do?
No, I didn't know. I mean, in that process that I've been describing is of that kind of writing. I don't think is intended for anybody else to see, or at least I didn't intend for anybody else to see. But when the point when it arrives, the realization, I mean, when it arrives that I'm going to show this to somebody, then I think that's a different process. Even in the mind, that's a different process, because you have to shape it in a certain way, you have to organize it in a way that would be able to be receivable in a way by somebody else. And I think I certainly imagine that the somebody else would not be somebody who would be necessarily sympathetic and saying, oh, well, that's good. I imagine somebody who would be critical, who would say, so what is this? So in other words, it had to be something that conveyed both what needed, from my point of view, that needed to be said, but also that would also be persuasive to others. And I didn't necessarily have a subject other than myself at that time, as as a topic of this, because I'm still sorting things out. I'm still trying to understand the two main things that I think that were significant and important to me, and I think to people in the circumstances that I was in. As I said, I use this word stranger. I prefer to describe that condition as being a stranger rather than being an immigrant or being a refugee or asylum seeker or whatever, because that's the most important feeling, was being a stranger in a place, clearly, that is not your home, but also in the process reflecting on your home or on what has been left behind. So those are the two things that the two entanglements, I suppose, that I was trying to disentangle. What is it like? What does it mean to be here? What does it mean to have left where I left? And there's plenty there to keep a young mind busy.
I'm thinking about the writer Toni Morrison, who said something like, when she started out writing, she thought that she wanted to write a book that she would have liked to read, in the sense that it would be about, for her, relevant and recognizable persons. So she wrote this, The Bluest Eyes, which is about a little poor African-American girl that no one bothered to write about before Toni Morrison did so. Can you recognize yourself in that mission to write about people without the loud voice throughout history, literature history?
Yes, very much so. When I started writing, or during that period in the late 1970s, 80s, there was a fair amount of new writing coming out of Africa and the Caribbean and India. People were thinking, reflecting, investigating both colonialism and the processes of decolonization and nationhood and so on. But it didn't seem to me that anybody was writing about the experiences of the world that I knew, that I came from. Even the experience of colonialism, or the experience of the pre-colonial experiences. There seemed to be, nobody was writing about our part of the world, nobody was writing about the kinds of things that were important to our part of the world. So there was definitely something about that too, a desire to make it known as a way, not so much of saying, know about us because we're interesting, but as a way of saying, no, it's not all like that. There is this as well. And this is also true of writing about the experience of colonialism, or if you like, the encounter with European colonialism, again, for the part of the world that I know, or for things that I know about. The importance of that is not really to blame or to say this is what was done to us, but it's really to say that the narrative that exists about that process is incomplete. And this is what has not been said, I suppose. This is not this or that or the other. This has not been written about. Let's put the narrative, let's complete the narrative, and in some cases, let's correct the narrative, because there are, as I'm sure you all know, there are various self-justifying, self-forgiving narratives associated with the enterprise of colonialism. And it's important to say, no, that's duplicity, that's lies. So I think of writing as a I think of a novel, should I say, but I think of writing a novel as a very complex process, which is not about doing one thing or other thing. And I think when I read, I also am aware that that's what I'm reading. I'm not reading a novel or a story because I want just simply to have the pleasure of reading something well done. I want that. I don't read it only because I want to learn something. Well, I do. And I also don't just read because I want to be reassured about things I know about, although I'm happy to be reassured. But all of those things happen. I don't read because I want to be challenged by what I read, but that happens too. So I think that all of that is also part of the process of writing. So there are all of these things. I write about things I know, I discover things as I write, but very much the idea is the things in front of me, things I see, untruths, injustice, unkindness, love, affection. That's writing.
And in your books, we get to know many individuals with their own specific experiences and losses and sorrows and joys, but they also mirror, speaking on complexity, the structure or structures and systems, and also speaking about your process as a writer. If you're thinking of a story, do you look at, is it all intertwined? Do you look at, I want to write about him, or do you think this is the system, the structure that I want to enlighten through these individuals?
I don't know, really. Often I begin with an idea, like it might be, for example, the most recent novel, Afterlives. I knew I wanted to write about that episode, that historical episode, the 1914-18 conflict, as it happened in what was then called Deutsche Ostafrika. I knew that because it's something I've been wanting to do for a while. So that's the beginning of the, how the thing, and then how to shape it comes slowly. And I also knew I wanted somebody who had been through the experience of war. In other words, a man, a soldier, in that sense, who had experienced a conflict in that sense. But I also knew I wanted to write about how these events were nothing to do with the people who lived there. In other words, the conflict was nothing to do with them. It was to do with Europeans fighting a war, but in another place altogether. And the various ironies that began to appear. So the starting idea is clear enough, but how to populate it and how to dramatize it in a sense, to make it something that somebody can read rather than a history narrative or something like that. That takes a little while and a little bit of maneuvering and reshaping and organizing and so on, which is what is fun about writing.
Again, the motivation, the word compassionate is mentioned, and there is, according to me, there is a great deal of compassion in your novels. Is it necessary for you to understand your characters, to that they make sense?
Well, it's not very difficult to be compassionate if you're writing. If you're writing about people who are not great egotists, who are not very well off, who are not, presidents and heroes, which are the people I write about, generally, and it's difficult, I think, to not see that most people are capable of both kindness, as well as perhaps a bit of maybe unthinking malice or maybe thinking malice. In other words, most people are complicated in this way. And the complication is precisely that there are these qualities in them, both qualities of generosity as well as perhaps of calculation and selfishness and all of that. Knowing that, it's not hard to be compassionate.
We both listened to, and many with us, to this year's Nobel Prize laureate in literature, Annie Ernaux, the other day when she had her Nobel lecture. And she said that she, for many years ago, wrote in her diary that I will write to avenge my people. And in her case, calling herself an immigrant, stranger than maybe in her own country, I guess she's referring then to the class trip that she has done. Can you relate to this avenge feeling that she then early in her life formulated?
It's a stronger word than I would use, I think. Avenge, I would say, against whom? But there was, as I think I hinted at earlier in saying there wasn't this, what was being written about we didn't figure, or I didn't figure in that. So I would use a less angry word, I think, than avenge. I would say that it was important to say this is how we live, or lived. But not only that, of course, but this is how we travel as well, and this is how we end up when we do so. But yes, to say that there is a way of looking at the world which I think I'm capable of exposing about the way we live, as it were. Earlier on, there was a discussion about stories. Now, to me, stories are not, amongst other things, stories are also a world view. A story also expresses how you, the storyteller, and perhaps your audience also, how you view the world. And if there is an aspect of it, and there are many, that is not yet known, then that's a motivation for writing. Now, if Annie Ernaux wants to call that a vengeance, that's fine. But as I say, I think of it perhaps less angrily than that. But there is something to say, we have not yet heard this story. But I'm going to tell you.
We are running out of time. Thank you so much, Abdulrazak Gurna, and thank you for widening our worlds with your perspectives. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, both of you. So what the And for those of you who've been watching online, thank you very much indeed for being with us this morning. As you see around me, people are now taking a break, and for the next 75 minutes or so, people here will be having lunch. I would encourage you, please, to take some rest and refreshment, but then be back with us for the afternoon programme, which begins here in Stockholm at 1:15 local time. See you then, and thank you again. Welcome back. To start off the afternoon, I'm delighted to welcome Rufus Wainwright to perform 2 songs. Please.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all the laureates. And isn't it nice that we're having a bit of snow? Especially when you live in California like me, or in LA. There was a secret chord that nature played. No, I'm not a scientist. There was a secret chord that David played, and it goes like this, the fourth, the fifth, the minor fall, the major lift, the baffled king composing hallelujah, 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 Your faith was strong, but you needed proof. You saw her bathing on the roof, her beauty in the moonlight overthrew. She tied you to a kitchen chair, she broke your throne, she cut your hair, and from your lips she drew hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Maybe I've been here before. I know this room and I've walked this floor. I used to live alone before I knew. I've seen your flag on the marble arch. Love is not a victory march. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah, hallelujah, There was a time you let me know what's real and going on below, but now you never show it to me, do you? Remember when I moved in you, the holy dog was moving too, and every breath we drew was hallelujah, 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 hallelujah. Maybe there's a God above, and all I ever learned from love was how to shoot at someone who outdrew you. It's not a cry you can hear at night. It's not somebody who's seen the light. It's a cold and it's a broken hallelujah, 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 Thank you.
Goodness, thank you very much. So what makes it worthwhile having a dialogue is having an audience like this, both present here in the room and those online. Thank you all for being here. Perhaps nobody exemplifies the efforts you've gone to more than Daniel Pisano, who's somewhere in the audience, who I know traveled by 19 hours by train from Frankfurt to get here. So for Daniel and all of you, I think a round of applause for being here. Thank you. And now we begin to explore the question of what it means to be human. And we start that exploration with a talk from Tom Kirkwood, who is the founding director of the Institute for Health and Aging at Newcastle University, on the subject of the future of human longevity. Tom.
I think we all know that people are living longer and longer. So what we see is more and more centenarians around us, like the lady in the slide here at 102 years of age, shown next to an image of herself 80 years earlier. But the question I want to turn to is what might happen to longevity in the future. And for this purpose, I want to address a list of questions. Now, I'm not going to be able in the time available to answer all of these questions, but what I hope I will be able to do is to provoke some discussion and to get some issues onto the table. So the first question that we need to think about is to understand why it is that aging occurs at all. If we look in the wild, we find that it's actually very rare for an animal to live a great length of time. So there's no need to evolve an aging program in order to clear space for future generations. Instead, the body is programmed for survival, so that even in the last days and minutes of our lives, everything inside our bodies is trying to keep us alive. We're programmed for survival, not programmed for death. But the important point is that because deaths occur so often in the natural world, there is no real selection for better longevity than is needed. The body is allowed to live its life because it has a whole amazing array of longevity assurance mechanisms. The consequences of limited investment in longevity is that in time, in a protected environment, you see the effects of aging affecting everyone. Now, this tells us why humans have a long lifespan, why animals like a mouse have a short lifespan, because in the wild, animals don't live very long. And what it also tells us is something about the nature of the aging process, that aging is driven by random defects, molecular defects and damage that arise in our cells, leading to an accumulation of defects in the organs of our body that result ultimately in frailty, degeneration, and death. If we look at the historical increase in life expectancy, we see in this remarkable graph how this graph shows the life expectancy for each year of what was then the longest living country in the world. And it shows how life expectancy over the last 200 years has nearly doubled. It also shows in the top right corner the slow waking up of demographic agencies like the United Nations to predicting the future. The reason is that if we look in the rear view mirror, we see what was driving longevity to that point, which was reducing death rates in early and middle years of life. But what has dominated the picture recently is that we are becoming better and better at surviving. And what this points to is that the picture that I showed you previously was not quite complete, because there are things like our lifestyle, like our nutrition, like the environment that we live in, that can exacerbate aging, and there are good things we can do with our lifestyle that allow the body to make the most of its longevity assurance systems and help us live a long time. Now, the first question is, might we evolve extended longevity? We've reduced our mortality so much that the potential clearly exists, and we know that there is the necessary genetic variation in human populations and heritability of lifespan. We know also that proof of principle for being able to evolve longer lifespans has been revealed in experiments with fruit flies. But of course, there are big obstacles to this. One is the managed reproduction that we practice. Another is menopause, although conceivably we would evolve a later age at menopause. And then there are potential trade-offs in the body, for example, between the potential for fertility and longevity. We can come back and discuss these further in the session that follows. Might we be able to engineer greater longevity? There's great excitement to exploit the potential to target mechanisms for aging. There are many, many mechanisms thought to be involved in aging. Proof of principle has been demonstrated in short-lived animal models, and the approaches include things like metabolic regulators, the clearance of senescent cells, and so on. But the challenges are major, and they include the complexity, the timescale that would be involved in doing this, the potential side effects, and regulation and ethics. Again, complex issues we can discuss. Perhaps the most interesting opportunity comes to equalize longevity for all. We know that there exists in our societies a major social gradient in life and health expectancy. We know that there is proof of principle for being able to modify this. A great example we can see in Germany. Following the division of Germany in the 1950s, 60s, we saw that life expectancy in former East Germany declined relative to the West. And then in the decades that followed German reunification, we saw that the curves converged back together again. The challenges here are the complexity of the process and how to identify cost-effective interventions. What it really needs is commitment and political will. And so just to conclude, we know that the determinants of current longevity are becoming clearer. We know that the future evolution of increased longevity is possible but uncertain. We know that life extension by direct intervention is theoretically possible, but we should be careful in our expectations. Modifying the social gradient offers perhaps the best and most immediate prospect for further change. And of course, we should remember throughout that quality of life is paramount. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Tom. So do you want to take a seat? I think you're the middle seat there. And Tom will now be joined by four people you've met before: Francis Arnold, Paul Nurse, Birgit Skarstein, and as moderator, Julian Zierath. And so they'll all be coming on stage now to discuss yet another bold question. This one is, how will we evolve? And perhaps by we mean not just humanity, but also the world around us. How will it evolve, and how will we indeed influence the evolution of life around us? So, over to you.
All right, well, thank you for the introduction. And before I start with this panel, I want to turn back to the audience. And Tom, that was a great introduction. And you showed us that there's really differences in aging across countries and regions of the world. So to all of you, I'm going to ask for a show of hands. And I'd like you to think, in 100 years from now, in any region, we're all coming from many different parts of the world. So think about it from your perspective of where you come from. Do you think that the average life expectancy will increase by 10 years, more from where you're at today in your respective country? If so, hands up. A lot of hands up. Now, if you think it will increase by 20 years, keep your hand up. Okay, still hands up. 30 years? A few. How many think your life expectancy will go down? Anybody there? All right, so we're optimistic that our life expectancy is gonna overall go up. A few of us think it won't. But so the thoughts that we want to consider here is how humans might change in the future, both naturally and by our own intervention. And we don't have to confine the discussion to humans. We can think of other life forms as well. And Adam challenged us with that. And so how will the living world around us change? And I'm going to maybe start with you, because you've spent a lot of time thinking about directed evolution. What are your thoughts about how we're going to evolve?
It turns out evolution is the most powerful design process ever invented. Humans think they're good at design, but there is nothing like evolution for solving problems. And I'll tell you, the most complex things on the planet, the microbes in your gut, for example, are solving problems all the time, dealing with our antibiotics and resistance to our pesticides. So when it comes to evolution, I think we can look at the rest of the living world. And I'd like to make one point. We talk about human longevity, but we are part of the Internet of living things, right? We talk about the Internet of things, but the Internet of living things is transferring genetic material and problem solving in real time. So I think that thinking just about how a human and our own genome will evolve is way too narrow a view.
Okay. All right. The information flow is a big one as well. I think we'll come back to that topic because we're getting a lot of inputs as we go forward. You talked a lot about cells, Paul. Is there a definitive number of how many times our cells are going to divide just before they peter out?
Well, there's the so-called famous Hayflick limit. Whether it quite works like that, I don't know, but really. But it is thought that there could be a natural restraint on the numbers of times cells divide, and that might contribute to aspects of aging. But I wanted to say something else, if I could take it in a somewhat... well, actually, it was a thought I had over lunch, I'll be perfectly honest with you. And I was just trying to think what we meant.
Was it during the dessert or was it during the main course?
It was my lunch, and I had a very interesting lunch, and it suddenly occurred to me I didn't know what we meant by evolution in this context. And so I thought a bit about it, because, and it might be helpful just to sort of categorize that, because we start, of course, thinking of, evolution, natural selection, Darwin, all that sort of stuff. But actually, it's a bit more complex than that in this instance, I would say. So one is, I think we should make a distinction between what I call social evolution, that is evolution of societies and communities and ideas, which are actually independent of us as individual organisms, but are the consequence of being a community, sharing knowledge, sharing what could be, in an ideal word, the common good. And that, I think, is probably the major driving force at this time for advancement for humankind. Then I thought, secondly, right, but we can also correct problems, and I think that's where we were sort of going, diseases and so on, with sort of technologies. We're wearing spectacles. This is a correction of a defect. We have hearing aids, or I should have a hearing aid, I'm discovering as I get older. And these are, if you like, replacement of things that are going wrong, which we sort of take for granted, but are actually enhancement. And there may be more of those sorts of things, and naturally we then get into corrective medicine and so on as well. Then there is the evolving of capabilities which are beyond the normal. In a sense, the motor car is beyond the normal. In a sense, a telescope is beyond the normal. You see where I'm going? That, in fact, you can, is it the word enhance? I'm not sure it's always enhancing, but certainly it's changing our capability. And then, only after all of that, do we get into evolution as we'd think about it, as changing our genetic composition, which could be somatic, which is probably what you were referring to, that is, changing the genes of our bodies, which could be used to correct disease and so on, and more radically to change the genes of the germline, which could, of course, in a very direct way, change evolution. And that is complicated, partly morally, partly ethical, and partly because we are so ignorant, really, about the consequences of how changing things in the human genome will have effects. Where we have monogenic disease with clarity, it's straightforward, but many other things are not. Now, I know I've divided the cake up into a sort of variety of different ways between lunch and now, but I just thought that evolution can fit into a variety of those categories.
But don't you know it was the microbes that were telling you what you were going to say here, because it was happening at lunch?
Without doubt.
It might have been that. The microbes were speaking to you. And, but, Birgit, you were nodding when he talked about this social evolution, the idea of society as well. And you also had the comment about making corrections, and there's how much of this should we correct? So I don't know if you want to comment on that at all, but your life has changed. You told us the story, and you're in a situation where you're dependent upon other devices to help you move around. How much of this change is good, and how much of this change should we embrace?
I think that there's going to be really mind-blowing opportunities to, like you were saying, to correct things that have gone wrong. In the sports world where I'm working as an athlete, we just recently had a discussion, in the Paralympic Games. There was a guy who had amputated his legs and he had prostheses, and he wanted to be a part of the Olympic Games. And people were very skeptic to it because his blades had better jumping, they could jump better and run faster than normal legs. So it's an example on how you can actually not only correct or substitute what was there before, but actually make something which is making your body even greater. What you can now do with spinal cord injuries, this is just still in testing, but it's possible. You can actually put an implant into the spinal cord, and you can have a box on your head
that they're putting on your brain, and you can, like I told you earlier, how do you lift a leg? Well, you just do it. But now you can think, well, lift the right leg, and the brain will tell this box, who will tell the implant in your spinal cord, and the leg will lift. So you're kind of hacking the body and biohacking it by putting a technical device inside the body, making it do what you want it to do. And I think this is a really interesting development, because then you can kind of get actually human and machines starting to work together to make the ability even better. Maybe you're going to run 100 kilometers with that technology. You know, it's
probably even more.
Yeah.
Tom, you wanted to jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to connect a little bit what Paul was saying, with which I completely agree with what Francis said at the beginning. In a way, you could summarize what you were saying, Paul, as saying that we have evolved the capacity to change our lives and change our world. But as Francis said, evolution is very elegant and very smart. It's found clever ways of doing things. If we are trying to drive that process and take change into our own hands, we've got to be very careful, because we are not constrained in the same kind of way. I think we also need to recognize that evolution, which we see as being generally a force for good, is not totally benign. After all, what I was saying was that evolution has given us aging. Evolution also gave us the COVID pandemic, and it's done some pretty unpleasant things in biology. So it's just really a question of trying to feel our way towards getting the balance right with the new powers that are available to us, but to couple that with a degree of humility in relationship to the evolutionary legacy that has brought us to this point.
I think you wanted to respond to that.
Well, I think we should all realize that we've been driving evolution ever since we've been on this planet, right? And the vast impact that we have had on biodiversity and on the planet can be seen from space, as we heard this morning. And that's something that we really don't take into account when we think about biohacking, or when we think about changing our germline, is that we are part of a much bigger network of life, and part of a network that we don't fully understand the impacts that we're having.
That's really important. Can I just emphasize, I touched upon that in the opening talk I gave, that we are all a vast interacting ecosystem, and it's hard enough understanding us in the entirety of the biosphere. This is scary stuff, as you're implying. It isn't stuff that we should not think about and be careful of, but we really do have to be careful.
Well, it's scary because it's unknown, but it's going to happen, right? And maybe if we understand...
Scary in the sense that we shouldn't be arrogant that we know what we're doing. We tread with caution. That's all I meant. Yeah.
Just you made me think, how much of this needs to be policed, for lack of a better word? You know, there's going to be a lot of changes, and there's a lot of things happening, a lot of players involved. And you even have people with laboratories in their own homes today, if you take about the biological perspective. And you talked about the hacking as well. So how much of this should be policed?
Well, wait a minute. Policing, I mean, when you wash your hands with antibacterial soap, you're driving evolution. When you breed poodles, you're making biological objects that would not exist, that are not even biologically fit, right? If they got out in Los Angeles, they'd be eaten by coyotes. So we are making biological entities with old-fashioned methods. Now we have powerful new methods. And in fact, this morning's discussion, what is life? We might see a new origin of life in the 21st century if some of our colleagues who are working on that are successful. So this is not being policed. How do you police it? That's a really, really complicated thing. But we're just practicing it. We're just doing it.
And we're doing it fast. We had a discussion over lunch of how fast this is going. And many of us don't even appreciate that speed. Do you want to comment on that speed of change?
Well, every day in the laboratory, we are evolving new proteins that take on functions that nature has never explored before, because we can decouple, using these methods, the genetic material from the fitness of the organism that makes it. So you can make essentially the poodle of the molecular life. You can make things that make carbon-silicon bonds or carbon-boron bonds that were never before explored in natural chemistry. And that's thrilling, right? Because we can think about using life to work with this Internet of Things. But it's scary because we don't really know what the rules are. We don't know, where it can go.
Birgit, you're nodding here?
Yeah, I think this is, the rules is going to be pushed, I think, all the way. And, well, again, to look at my field, which is sports, it's all about, maximizing the capacity of the human body. That's what you're working with all the time, pushing limits, pushing limits, pushing limits. And athletes are now, walking around with these little devices that are telling you how your blood sugar is. That was meant to be for people with diabetes, just because they want to read their body so they can optimize the use of it and also manipulate it into working as much as you want it to. One of the things that we are discussing is, genetical doping. Well, doping, there's lots of athletes who are willing to make choices who are directly harmful for their body to make them perform the most they can. But when you can start engineer humans to perform on an extraordinary level, there are drivers like that field, that want to do that because you want to break limits all the time. And what you're seeing, like us with doping, we might be able to put aside your values because you're so set on this performance. And I think that some places you see this more than others. So we need not to be naive about this. People will push it.
But I thought that was going to move to the virtual world.
Tom, jump in. Yeah. Go ahead, Tom, jump in.
I was just struck when you were saying about athletes pushing limits, pushing limits, pushing limits. This, of course, is what older people are doing at the moment now. They're pushing limits, pushing limits, pushing limits. People often ask me, is there a limit to how long humans can live? And I say, well, think about running the 1,500 meters. Is there a limit? Athletes are pushing the world record all the time. So the processes are the same. There's a really important connection to be made here, and it applies to things like physical activity and exercise for older people. One of the sad things about getting older is that you lose muscle mass. And when you lose muscle mass, everyday activities, even something as basic as rising from the toilet, becomes very difficult and limiting. So for a 95-year-old, the effort required to rise from the toilet with the residual muscle that remains to them is rather similar to that of an Olympic or a Paralympic athlete competing in a World Games. And it just means we should be really thinking to plan and prepare for the challenges that will come in old age and to regard them in the same spirit that you've just articulated so nicely.
I'll remember that tomorrow morning after breakfast.
That'll be tomorrow after lunch. Frances, jump in.
But what I'm worried about with these discussions, really human-centric focused, is that only a few of us will benefit from these things, because the rest of us will be living in a vastly degraded world where reaching our longevity is not available.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually the next thing I wanted to discuss is how will the world around us change? I mean, there's one thing about our physiological robustness, but you mentioned the world around us and, aids to get out of the toilet, but how do you think the world around us is going to change as well? I mean, I think young children today are never even going to need to learn to drive a car, right? They will be living in a future where it will be quite different, and they'll have a lot of aids that will enable them as well. But you mentioned a bit of this in your list.
I would go back to the community, the social community. I think we do have the capability of improving lives, but we shouldn't be improving some lives at the expense of other lives. So this requires a new thinking about society as a whole that allows the benefits of our knowledge to be distributed and also to benefit as many as possible. We may touch
worldwide,
upon this.
I think you mean as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
And I mean, we have seen benefits in the past, and though not always they're seen that way. Look at the agricultural revolution, which is genetic engineering of a primitive way where you select plants, totally changed our diet, and we had to adapt to that. But it did lead to, well, what some would say a communal advance, and our society changed to actually deal with it. Urbanization, which led then to viral diseases and other infectious diseases as well. But somehow we've got to be more adept as a community and society for handling these things. And I think this is something we may talk a bit about later in the day.
Well, but we share the atmosphere. Some of us might get to go to Mars, but I doubt it, right? And that's not a plan B, right? So we share the atmosphere, we share the oceans, we share so much that we are losing. And so the real question is, how do we evolve within these constraints and not do ourselves in before you have a chance to figure out how to get up off the toilet, right?
Very. Yeah, it just got me thinking about something when you said that about self-driving cars, that, yeah, for maybe the kids growing up today, they don't have to learn how to drive a car, which is nice for them, it's practical. But imagine people who cannot see, who now don't have the ability to drive a car, and suddenly they will be able to use a car themselves without being dependent on others. There's so many options also for technology and for evolution that's going to make life easier for most of us, and much freer for some of us. It's like vibrating phones, right? It's nice to have the phone in your pocket and you can feel it's ringing, but for someone who can't hear and don't have the option of having the sound off and can't see that the phone is ringing, it's essential to actually capture the phone that someone's trying to get a hold of you. So the kind of development that makes people more equal and people function more and use themselves better into a whole, that's the kind of, well, you can go from having a disability to actually be equal, because the disability is equalized because you don't need to use that ability anymore. And that might mean a lot for those people.
Yeah, Francis and I talked a bit on the side topic of diversity and inclusion as well, and how that we can take that on board as we think about evolution. Any thoughts from your perspective?
Well, any evolutionist knows that all solutions come from diversity, right? You never know which genetic material is going to pop up with the answer, and you never know who on a multidisciplinary team will have the connections, right? So diversity is a sine qua non of problem solving in a complex world.
Very listening to what you said made me think of something else. You know, self-driving cars, we don't have to drive. And then I was thinking, yes, we can use all this automation to do many things that we now no longer need to do. Then the question is whether that makes it a less satisfying life, actually. I mean,
you'd like to drive.
I mean, driving is rubbish. I don't drive. But I do fly gliders, actually, and that's a hobby of mine. And the joy of it is just controlling it. I mean, if it was all controlled by a computer, there'd be no point in doing it. I'd not actually, until you mentioned that, I hadn't sort of thought about it, that actually the technology may take us to a point where our lives are less satisfying as a consequence. I suspect Tom has.
Too easy, huh?
Well, Tom wants to jump in here. I think you've thought about this.
Yeah, I mean, I think what worries me about some of the trends that we see into the future is that we're going to lose skills. Also, the kind of technology, in the kind of optimistic, the utopian outcome, it will equalize things, but it also runs the risk of making things less equal, because social inequality has got so much worse in recent decades in so many countries around the world. I happen to live in a rural area. I live in an old farm, and we have 50 acres in the UK system of measurement of land that we've been busily rewilding. And I'm required to do an awful lot of maintenance, and I have no background or skills in that area. And what I find is the opportunity to learn practical skills is a great part of life. And I see in the community around a desire to take back ownership of repair. You know, so we have a very popular television program in the UK called The Repair Shop, but we also see in communities now setting up repair cafes. We've been encouraged to become consumers, to throw things away when they no longer function as we want them. And I think we have to embrace a world in which we welcome diversity. We also welcome the opportunity not to be enslaved to the consumerist society, because I think it's very important for enhancing our potentiality, enhancing our self-esteem, enhancing our sense of being. We may suffer physical, challenges and limitations, but we still want to exercise as much control as we can over our lives. So I think all of these have to be a part of the mix that we go for in the future. I do want to come back to the social gradient, because I think this is something which is truly shocking. It's one of the reasons why in the United States life expectancy lags behind so many other countries in the world, is because there are so many people who do not have the opportunity to live as long and healthily as they might do. And I don't say that with any kind of complacency, because the UK is really not much better. We have a great health service, free for all at the point of contact. We have education, free for all. But we see these terrible disparities. And we ran, in my institute, we ran an exercise where we tried to war game tackling the social gradient. Our mission was to reduce by half the social gradient within the city of Newcastle in 10 years' time with no extra funding. And it was a game, but it was founded on a lot of fact. The winning team didn't get anywhere near meeting the goal, but they got 50% of the way. And in the process, engaged a lot of people from the disadvantaged sectors of our community, included them in the design. And it was those people who came up with the ways that worked best. So I'm really just underlining the importance of inclusivity and recognizing that the interests of those who are not in the front rank of our society should be fully protected and taken into account.
I think that's well said, beautifully said. So just to sum up, I shouldn't be afraid of evolution. It's happening fast, it's happening all around us. We should be hopeful. And we should really think about including as many different points of view and groups in helping us understand how to sort our way forward with that. So thank you very much, panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great to meet you.
So now we continue our exploration of living with technology with a talk from Stuart Russell, who is Professor of Computer Science at Berkeley, on living with artificial intelligence.
Thank you. Okay, so my job is just to set the scene for the panel discussions to come. So let me remind you of some of the recent advances in artificial intelligence. Here we see Lee Sedol, the greatest Go player in recent memory, losing to AlphaGo. In the last few years, a long-standing dream of AI has come true. The self-driving car that Paul and Birgit mentioned is now driving around in some of our cities. A little plug for some work by one of my students. This is the monitoring algorithm for the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. So that's an AI system that's running 24/7 in Vienna at the United Nations there. And then we see some really fun examples. So for example, there's DALL-E 2, which you can talk to and ask it to draw pictures for you. So if you ask for teddy bears mixing sparkling chemicals as mad scientists in a steampunk style, it thinks for a few seconds and then produces this. Which is really quite amazing when you think that we humans, to produce pictures like that, we require millions of lines of code to do the graphics, the rendering, the lighting, and all that stuff. It doesn't have any of that. It just produces the picture out of nothing. And of course, there are bad uses of this kind of technology as well. The ability to produce pictures includes making these people who don't exist. Right? These are all faces of people who have never lived, created entirely from the mind of a computer program. And then you can extend that to video and speech. And recently, people were able to create a fake mayor of Kyiv, Vitaly Klitschko, and fool several mayors of European cities into thinking that they were talking to the real person. So this is just the beginning. Another misuse of artificial intelligence, and I should add that the European Union is about to make this kind of impersonation illegal. So the EU is definitely good for something. But probably, the worst use of AI currently is just algorithms that can decide to kill people. And we'll see in a minute that this is a very bad idea indeed. So these are some of the things that are happening now. And can we use those things to predict the future? So if we extrapolate from the things that I just talked about, then, for example, we might expect to see the self-driving car becoming cheap and ubiquitous, and would probably be a utility, much like electricity or Wi-Fi. You just need transportation, it arrives, it takes you where you want to go. And of course, you wouldn't have to have those horrible car parks everywhere. So that would be a huge boon to our cities. We might be able to generate not just pictures by asking for pictures, but entire films in the way that a writer might ask a film director to produce a film, and $200 million later you have a film. But now you can simply talk to a machine, or perhaps in 10 years' time, and it will produce a video, a movie, anything you want. So amazing authoring capabilities that are currently out of reach except for billionaires. And of course, looking at the bad side, those weapons that United Nations told us about being used in Libya in 2020 are going to get smaller and cheaper and eventually form enormous swarms of millions of lethal weapons that will wipe out entire cities or ethnic groups as specified by the people who launched them. So those are some extrapolations from visible technological advances. But you have to remember that those visible technological advances were invisible gestating technologies and ideas decades ago. So deep learning, for example, was a technology coming out of research labs in the mid-1990s, not in the mid-2010s. And so you have to think, if we want to understand the future, what is gestating now in the research labs around the world? And what I see gestating now is ideas for general purpose AI. So what is general purpose AI? It means AI not for specific tasks like driving or producing videos, but AI that can do anything that the human mind can be turned to. And because of the enormous bandwidth, speed, memory advantages that machines have over humans, we would expect that general purpose AI will far exceed human capabilities in almost every dimension. So then we have to ask, what happens if we succeed in creating this? So we might look at general purpose AI as a tool for doing what human beings already know how to do. With all of our advances of civilization over the last few thousand years, we can now deliver a nice, pleasant standard of living to a fairly large number of people. And because general purpose AI could do that by definition, it can do anything that humans can do. It could do that at much greater scale at far less cost. So we could lift the living standards of everyone on Earth to what we think of as a respectable level. And if you do the mathematics on the back of an envelope, that's about a 10-fold increase in GDP. And the net present value, that's the cash equivalent of that increased income stream, would be about 13.5 quadrillion, that's 13.5 thousand trillion dollars. So that's a lower bound on the value of creating general purpose AI technology. Of course, we might do more things, right? If we have access to more intelligence, we could have a better civilization. We could have much better healthcare, education, much faster advances in science, and perhaps, well, okay, maybe not better politics. But of course, there are some other questions, and in fact, the previous panel started to explore some of these. What will human beings be doing? Right? And this is a picture from Wall-E. And in Wall-E, the machines are now running civilization for humans. And of course, what's the result of that? The humans don't need to know how to run their own civilization. And so they don't know how to run their own civilization. And they're depicted as infants, even though they're adults. And that would break a chain going back 100,000 generations, where each generation passes on what we know to the next generation so that our civilization continues. And that's been happening even since before there were human beings. Pre-human species were doing that, and that continues to the present day. And the big danger is that that ends. And then there's another question. This is Alan Turing, the founder of computer science, and he was asked what happens if we succeed in a talk he gave in 1951. And he said, "It seems probable that once the machine thinking method had started, it would not take long to outstrip our feeble powers. At some stage, therefore, we should have to expect the machines to take control." So we'll talk more about that in the panel on avoiding catastrophes after this one. Thank you.
Thank you, Stuart. I think, since we're doing this in alphabetical order, I think you're probably on the end chair here. Thank you. And so, thank you very much indeed for that introduction. And now I'd like to invite my panelists up for this panel on living with technology. Anthony Aguirre and Helga Novotny you've met before, and we've also have two new panelists to introduce. Serge Haroche, 2012 Nobel laureate in physics, a quantum physicist, and Alice Hyman, a student who is also a programmer of chatbots, and we will be talking specifically at some point about a chatbot that she's programmed recently. So please, take your seats. Do you know your order? I think, Helga, you're over there next to Stuart. Anthony, you're here. Serge there. Alice in the middle. Thank you very much indeed. Welcome all. Since the Industrial Revolution, we've been living with, at least since the Industrial Revolution, we've been living with disruptive technologies which have caused all sorts of upheaval. So I suppose, I'm sure for this conversation we'll focus very heavily on AI, but what have we learned from the last few hundred years of living with technologies about how we should be preparing for living with disruptive technologies? Who would like to go first on that one? Helga, would you like to jump in?
Well, I was stimulated by Paul Nurse mentioning social evolution. And I would like to be a little bit more specific and would like to mention cultural evolution. And cultural evolution for me began with language. And language is what makes us uniquely human. Animals do not have language. And we also know that language was crucial in getting us to cooperate as a human species, to build up social organizations that became more and more complex, but also language allows us to use symbols. And symbols are representing a thing through a sign, but also symbols can connect with other symbols. And then we have rules, like in mathematics, how to connect symbols, which is an open-ended process. So for me, language is crucial. And once we get, and this links up to what you showed us, or you did not specifically mention it, once we get the AI to become, to use the language. It's our language, it's not like a sort of pidgin, two tribes meeting and then they develop some way of, pidgin language to communicate. It's our language. And they use it in the way how we used it in the past. And this is what I think is a major challenge right now.
Thank you. Serge, please.
Yes, what we are doing, the exercise we are doing here is to try to extrapolate in the future what the present technologies are starting to develop today. And I think we have to be a little bit humble about that. I think 120 years ago, it was the first Nobel Prize at the beginning of the 20th century, and assume that the same kind of exercise, a Nobel Dialogue, would have been held at that time. And we know what would have happened because In the year 1900, there was a World Fair in Paris, and people were asked to imagine the future. And they did exactly the same kind of exercise we are doing today. And we have some memories of that, because you can find on the internet a lot of postcards which were edited at that time, and they were absolutely unable to understand what was going to happen. They extrapolated the movies, which were just starting. They extrapolated the flying machines. They extrapolated the telephone. So this happened, but this was not the big revolution. Nobody had an idea about quantum physics, about relativity, and all the inventions we have been living through in the 20th century, like the lasers, the GPS, MRI machines, and the communications, the internet, not artificial intelligence, but just ordinary computers did not exist, and they were not able to imagine this. So it's clear that we have to try to figure out what artificial intelligence will give us in the future, but maybe something completely different will happen that we don't have any idea about. So I think we have to be a little bit humble about predicting the future.
Yes, indeed. Anthony, do you want to chip in on this question of what we've learned that will help us?
Yeah, well, I think we've learned that lesson before, that the ways that technology have unfolded have often been pretty different than we imagined, but that humanity has had sort of time and ability to adjust to it. So things that seemed alarming at first, we sort of took in stride. Including the Industrial Revolution, now the sort of computer and internet revolution. The concern I think we might have, though, is that that takes time, and if the speed at which this technology starts to develop rapidly outstrips our ability to build the institutions and sort of organizations and norms and things that we need to handle it, then we're in a bit more trouble. And so I think, although we have to be humble, I think we'd better not be too humble, in the sense that we do need to predict where some of these technologies are going, because if we wait until they are here and they're a big deal and affecting everything, then it may be just simply too late to make the adjustments that we need to make to handle them as a society.
Alice, I'd be interested in your perspective on this. Everyone else on the panel complains about digital technology, no doubt, as kind of revolutionizing life and changing things. For you, you grew up with it. You've always known this. How do you feel about this question?
About technology, I guess, as you say, is like interesting how quickly we can adapt and how quickly it becomes kind of the norm to have technology around us. And it's always interesting to then see, like, how will I be in the future? Will those be the same thing? But learning to live with technology, it's kind of seemed like it's gone to this co-evolution with technology. That before it might be just we living, and then now technology came into the scene, and now it seems like we're kind of evolving with it. And as we're trying to explore its capabilities, we're also learning more about ourselves. And especially when we're looking at artificial intelligence, it's a lot about when we had these past definitions, for example, the Turing test. They might have said, like, well, we have reached intelligence when we can recreate a conversation, when we can distinguish if it's a human or a machine. But then we created systems that can really sound human. So we kind of passed that point, and then we come up with new definitions and narrower definitions. And it seems that it's always this give and take, or it's always you're trying to narrow the definition, and you learn more about what it means to be human as well. So it's quite interesting, yeah.
Thank you very much indeed. Now, I carried a book on stage with me today, and some of that question of what it means to be human, along with some of the other questions we're touching on, are covered in this book. And it may seem rather random to introduce it, but it's called Clara and the Sun, and it's by a Nobel laureate in literature, Kazuo Ishiguro. First of all, I'd like to know who in the audience might have read it. Hands up if you read it. Wow, pretty good. Thank you. And yes, all our panelists have read it. Which is, I don't know if that's just by chance or whether people did homework, but fantastic. Good, very good. So the reason I mention this book is that at this moment in Stockholm, there's an exhibition organized by the Nobel Prize Museum called Life Eternal. Some of you will have been to it. Actually, it would be nice to know who has been to it. Hands up again. about the same number. I wonder if they're the same people. Well, that I didn't check, sorry. At that exhibition, as those of you who've been will know, there is a focus on this book. And the book is an autobiographical book written by Clara, who is an artificially intelligent robot, developed to be an artificial friend to a child. And Clara is solar-powered and has a special relationship with the sun, Clara and the sun. And I won't reveal more about the story. But Alice programmed a chatbot to emulate Clara at the museum exhibition. And just a little earlier this week, Alice and Serge visited that chatbot together.
So this is Clara, and Clara is called a large-scale language model, and she's actually the first large-scale language model in Swedish. So what this means is that Clara has been reading a lot of different texts in Swedish, like books. You can have lyrics, you can have poems, a lot of different texts. And then what we have done is try to, from all these texts, bring Clara to life. And try to impersonate Clara from the book, Clara and the Sun. Would you like to ask Clara a question?
Dream in life. What is your dream? What is your purpose?
What is your purpose in life? To be human. I believe in human values and love. I want to make the world a better place. I want to help other people and to love and be loved. I want to live in peace. I want to have a good friends and a good family. Do you want to follow up?
So what do you mean by family?
You mean...
Clara.
That's what it. I want to have a family with someone I love. That is the family that I would like to have.
That's, yeah.
So it strikes me, Helga, you want to jump in? You can immediately.
No,
go on.
I just want to come back to language. What we just heard was a chatbot that speaks how a chatbot should speak. If you read Ishiguro carefully, I was stunned the way how he, as a writer, captures what he thinks a chatbot would speak like. Because as a writer, if you have read some of his other works, he always tries to capture in the way he writes, the way how his imagined personalities would speak. And for me, the best part of the book is really the way how he gets the language to adapt the kind of language a mechanical, artificial being would speak. While here, the chatbot, it's just a way of speaking that in no way can compare to what Ishiguro does in the novel.
Well, this is a future projection, and this is now.
Yes, this is now, but let's not forget, the culture. The cultural part of it, we should also look at what do writers do, what do artists do, what do scientists do with it, and not just take, a chatbot. I mean, it's a firm that does it. We now have the chat, GPT. Yeah. Within 5 days, it got 1 million users. This is far more than any other technology was able to get in such short time. There's a firm behind it. It's OpenAI, owned by Microsoft. So obviously, they want to sell the product. We will buy the product because it has some advantages. It will upset the way how we treat our students, because every essay that a student writes can be done better and is not distinguishable from what the machine does. So it will really, disrupt the way how we live. But I want to come back to the fact, Ishiguro is an artist in my view. Scientists are close to artists. This is part of the cultural evolution, that is driving us. And this we should not overlook.
Nicely put. And an important point. And yes, we hope that discussing chatbots is an interesting way of talking about living with technology. It's also something that we can all experience if we go online. So yes, okay, Serge, you want to come in? Please do.
Yes, I agree with what Helga said. I think in the book, Ishiguro is reflecting more on human nature than on robots, and I agree with what you said, but still, the experience you have when you talk to this robot is eerie, and it can get addictive too, and because sometimes you have unexpected answers. The average level of the answers is, I think, as good as you would get from average people about objective facts. And then when you ask unexpected question, you get, as when you talk to humans, unexpected answers, and it's really an interesting experiment, even if you know the context. And as always with technologies, you have a good side and bad side. It's clear that if you have a technology which can produce an essay about any topic, then you will have the question of education, and which will be negative. And of course, I think one of the positive sides is the fact that in a couple of years from now, we will have instantaneous translation from one language to another one, not in writing, but just oral. Yeah. And then it will be very good for communication between people. It will solve, for instance, a very practical question in the European Union. We will not have to worry about all of us speaking bad English. We would be able to speak in our own language and be understood anywhere. So this is a good outcome. But the bad outcome is that it should not replace education. It should not replace teachers. It should not replace students too. And of course, when I say that, I mean that we want to think, and I think it's true that there is something which cannot be human, which cannot be put into a machine. But maybe it's wishful thinking. For what Turing said is very disturbing, that the machine will take over. So I don't think so, but maybe it's because we have to be optimistic about the future. I don't know if it's true or not.
I have to say, it's a dream scenario for a moderator to lose control of its panel at the dialogue. That is, in fact, the intention. But Stuart, I do want you to come in, and Anthony.
So I wanted to say a little bit about chatbots, because as you correctly noted, the chatbots are producing much more fluent English than Clara does. And Ishiguro is writing the language to represent the reasoning processes of the robot, which are not super sophisticated, but they are coming from a very good place, right? The fundamental motivations of the robot are to be helpful, to love, and so on. And so you get a kind of stilted language, slightly simple-minded, but nonetheless logical. Whereas the chatbot isn't actually reasoning. It's not coming from any place. It's simply generating text that's as similar as possible to what a human being would say based on trillions of words of training data. And so it can appear to be extremely sophisticated. And I think this is fooling a lot of people. The systems are nowhere near being actually intelligent. They're very good at generating intelligent-looking text. But if you know the right way to ask the questions, you can find out that they actually haven't any understanding of what they're saying whatsoever.
But Helga, you can come. Just one. Helga, I just wanted just 1 second. But one of the things that they're fooling people, but they're also scaring people. People are suddenly getting very exercised about the power of it, and that may be a good thing, because then people will start concentrating more on the need for some kind of governance and some kind of control. Anyway, Helga.
No, I just wanted to say, we are surprised by something that is unfamiliar to us. And then we say, okay, the chat box, makes some remarks that we had not expected. But the word that is missing in the title here is learning. Learning to live with technology. And for me, the fundamental question is, how will this relationship with the chat box, that does not understand, but it imitates well, our way of doing things. I mean, you can give the chat box the task to write an essay as a student. The chat box will do it. You can ask it to write the minutes of a meeting, business meeting, or whatever. It will do it. How are we going to learn to live with it, and what is, in the end, the value of truth? How are we going to distinguish what is truth and what not?
Anthony, you've been quiet for a while. You must be wanting to come in.
Well, I think she brought up a great question in terms of these AI systems, which is that they give a beautiful veneer of knowing what they're talking about, and they sometimes do, in the sense that they're sometimes right, but they're sometimes not, and you have no sense of knowing when it's giving you the right answer and when it's not. So this is, I think, what Stuart was alluding to. There's no sort of actual understanding behind it, and if you ask them about something that you understand well, it sort of quickly falls apart. But my experience is that they also, they have a person, the ChatGPT has been sort of built with a particular personality, a helpful, I am a chatbot here to help you do your thing personality. Clara is the same way, but actually much more effective. I think ChatGPT is sort of a veneer of a personality. That's the way that it talks. Clara, I think, what was impressive about well, it's a fictional technology, but what would be impressive if we could actually have that technology is that they have sort of solved what an AI is worried about is the alignment problem. How do you have AI systems that actually try to figure out what people want and sort of empower them to have it or to give it to them? That's a totally unsolved problem technologically, and one that Stuart, among other people, is working very hard on. So I think one of the things that the novel brings up is that even if we solve that problem, we can still end up in a kind of creepy future, in the sense that even if we have AI systems that are doing all of the things that we'd like them to do, and they're doing it for the right reasons and for us, we still may be disempowered, we still may be out of work, we still may have a loss of meaning, we still may have a loss of humanity. So it's going to take a huge amount of effort to try to work out, the topic of this panel, how can we incentivize the design of systems that aren't made just to make Microsoft or whoever a lot of money, but to actually make humans flourish? I think that is a very difficult question, and one that we have a short time to really address.
Yeah, I mean, any parent who's ever brought up children knows that the best way to bring up children is not to give the children everything they ask for, right? But that's I think, what's likely to happen unless we figure out a change in our whole cultural system, because the technology is going to be able to give us anything we ask for. And we have to somehow learn not to ask for it or to change what we value. And I think what Tom was talking about in the previous panel, just the intrinsic value, and Paul as well, the intrinsic value of being able to do something yourself. Yeah. And a well-designed AI system ought to say, no, I'm not tying your shoelaces for you. You have it's time for you to learn to tie your own shoelaces, so to speak, right?
Yeah, but you must
to actually stand back and let humans achieve agency, and just provide the help along that road to self-actualization, if you want to call it that.
Thank you. Serge, I do want Alice to come back in. You're at the forefront of this. You're going to be carrying this forward more than the rest of us. So please, but Serge, come in first.
Yes, I want to say that the problem of keeping the children in contact with reality and not the virtual world started before artificial intelligence. It started with the internet, with all what we have known for the last 20 years, and I completely agree with you. And now, in the defense of artificial intelligence, I would like to insist on one feature of Clara. She was very observant. He insists on the fact that she observed very well the world, and by observing this kind of device can accumulate a lot of information, and this information can be very helpful to realize connection between unexpected events. And there are a lot of scientists who think that artificial intelligence will allow us to make progresses in very difficult problems. In physics, for example, in condensed matter physics, there are a lot of phases of nature we don't understand because the mathematical methods to deal with them are too complicated. And there is a hope, I'm not working in this field, but there is a hope that artificial intelligence can help to understand deeply high-order correlation, which might be very interesting to discover new materials, to find new properties which can be useful in nature. And I have heard also some mathematical friends telling me that artificial intelligence can lead to the discovery of new theorems in mathematics, in spite of the fact that OpenAI now lacks a lot of understanding in mathematics. There's a very funny examples you can find on the internet when you ask a question and you get the wrong answer for an obvious problem because it's following the wrong path. And when you try to explain to the machine that it went in the wrong direction, it acknowledges it, but then it goes back in the wrong direction again, which means that up to now, at least, they are not able, the machine is not able to adapt to rational reasoning. But maybe this will change in the future, I don't know.
Sorry, Alice, I just wanted to compliment you on getting Clara right when you programmed that chatbot, because following Serge's point, when we were playing around at the museum, I asked Clara, how are you feeling? And she said, I don't have feelings, I just observe. So, so you got that right. Rather a scary answer.
But as you say, it's like it really also interesting, like when we have these tools, like what will be the role of the human in this context. And as we say, that it might not be creators, but more maybe editors, or more like you describe what you want, and that's kind of the art. To describe for the program, it kind of becomes this meta writing. But at the same time, it might also show new ways of exploring. So maybe I've done this with essays in school, that you start writing something and then you let the model keep on writing, but you can play like multiple times. And it's a mathematical function that it samples possible continuations of your text. So it will always be different. So you can sample multiple different ways. So in one sense, my essay took one turn, and then I could press replay, and it took another turn. And that gave me more ideas on how to continue the essay. So it might not always be replacing, but more giving new ideas and new...
coexistence, yes.
Yeah.
Helga, yes? Okay.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, ideally, we could use it to introduce more diversity. We talked about diversity before, different perspectives, and we could challenge the AI to give us different perspectives on a question or a problem that we ask it to define. And this would be an enrichment for everyone, because you take, very different points of view into account. But I'm afraid, this is an ideal state. It's not very likely to happen, because there are, economic interests behind it that we tend to forget, or we don't want to see them.
In the few minutes we have left, can we just touch on governance? Anthony, you've recently been very interested in this new EU AI Act that's coming through. Can governance solve the problems? No, surely not. But what can we do?
I think it likely has to be part of the solution, in that what we have now in AI is something we've had in almost no other technology that's become, a major part of the world. The computer technology has been fairly unregulated, but most of the other high-power technologies we've had, biotechnology and medicine and chemistry and nuclear technologies, are all very regulated, sometimes for better, sometimes for worse. But we're in a unique situation now where we're building something which is arguably going to transform the world in various ways in the next few decades. But at the moment, there's essentially no government involvement in it at all. The companies are essentially developing any products that they like, using any means that they like, and selling them in whatever way that they like. And this is, I think, really been totally fine up until now, but I think we have to start to really think, we had an example with social media, where it has not been totally fine up until now, where the way that this system was designed was without much foresight or without much consideration as to how it would affect the society at large. It was just designed to do what it does and to make those companies more effective and drive advertising and so on. And we've seen some pretty negative results of that. I think that's just a taste of what we have going forward. And so we are going to need something that is as powerful as large tech companies to rein that in, I think, and that is going to have to be governments. And so we'll see.
Anyone else on this governance issue? Stuart, do you want to say quickly? We just got to...
Yeah, so I think the EU AI Act is a step in the right direction. As I mentioned, they are banning the impersonation of human beings. So that's in some sense creating a new right to know whether you're interacting with a person or a machine. And I think that's really important because we owe people a lot, politeness, time, and so on. We don't owe machines anything. And so we need to know what situation we're in. But if you look back at what happened with genetic engineering, so there was a workshop in Asilomar in 1975, and although they couldn't at that time do the kinds of things that we can do now with CRISPR and so on, they saw that coming, and they took preemptive steps to actually constrain themselves. So they said, we're not going to clone people, and we're not going to create heritable modifications of the human genome. Despite the fact that in some ways that was the point of genetic engineering in the first place. They said that we're not going to do this. And that has stayed in force for now 40 odd years. And I think it's really an impressive example of foresight. And I think in the area of information technology, we have completely lacked that. And it's a point that the organizer of the workshop, the Asilomar workshop, made, which is that if you get in early before it becomes a large vested financial interest, then you have a chance to regulate. If you wait until there's massive commercial interest and they're dominating the conversation, then it's too late.
Exactly. So have we missed the boat?
I'm afraid we may have, but I think we look to the EU actually as the leader in the regulation arena, the regulatory superpower.
Helga?
Well, I think it's all about how can we preserve human agency and not, confer and transfer human agency to the machine. And regulation is indispensable. But mind you, Europe is squeezed between the US that does not want to have regulation because it stifles innovation, and China, where you have an authoritarian government that regulates everything in its own interest. So Europe is in a precarious situation in between.
Do you want the last word, Serge?
I think so.
Okay, good. We're out of time. Thank you very, very much for this conversation. It's a conversation which is going on everywhere and will be going on greatly all over the place, but thank you very much to all my panelists.
Thank you.
So, as the images indicate, we're now coming on to talk about catastrophes. And we thought we'd put all catastrophes into one basket. So we're going to talk about threats from disease, threats from space, threats from climate change, threats from war, threats from AI, as you've just heard. And for this panel, I'd like to bring back on stage people you've already met, Paola Caselli, Stuart Russell, Steve Chu, and as moderator, Karin Kleisen, and also introduce two new people, a professor from Caltech, Pamela Bjorkman, who works on viruses, and also Beatrice Finn, who is the executive director of the International Campaign to Abolish Nuclear Weapons, which was awarded the 2017 Nobel Peace Prize. So, thank you all. Welcome.
Thank you. Please. Thank you. So, it's Friday afternoon, and we're going to talk about catastrophes and dooms. Sorry about that, but in the title there is the word avoid. So I think we can cling to that and see if there are any ways out of this dark field. You are so very warm welcome, and we will have a little discussion here, and hopefully there will be some minutes at the end where you can ask questions. So grasp the opportunity for this fantastic panel. with your amazing skills, I mean, we have representatives here from different and various areas. There are nuclear weapons, the diseases and pandemics, it's the universe, this little matter, it's climate changes, and whatever then artificial intelligence might bring. If we were to define a catastrophe within your expert field, just to kick off with a very feel-bad question, briefly, what would the worst scenario be? Beatrice, Finn, we can start with you, and I think working with nuclear weapons that we might guess where you are heading at.
It's a cheerful topic.
Yes.
No, I mean, the use of nuclear weapons would be catastrophic, even if it's just one. So it's basically a question about how bad would it be, ranging from one of the smaller nuclear weapons that exist that would be detonated by accident, perhaps, or miscalculation, or just a one-off. It's something that we've talked about so much this year, right? After watching Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine, with the concrete threats to use nuclear weapons in that conflict. And a lot of people talked about almost trying to minimize the impact. Don't worry, a small one wouldn't be too bad. But I think that our view of what a small nuclear weapon is a bit skewed. Russia's tactical nuclear weapons, most of them range from 10 kilotons to up to 100 kilotons. The bomb in Hiroshima that killed, I think, around over 100,000 people was predicted to be, I think, 15 kilotons. So on the smaller scale of the small tactical nuclear weapons. And obviously using that in a populated area would be a catastrophe, like with no possibility to provide meaningful humanitarian aid in the region. But then we go on. If there's retaliation, if there's more, you have full-scale nuclear war. It could end humanity as we know it. Not meaning that humans would be extinct. It could be still, of course, people surviving. But the way the world would operate and work would be completely changed. So it would really be a full-scale catastrophe on the unprecedented level in that way.
Paula, from your perspective, within your field, what would be the worst scenario?
Well, my field, being an astrophysicist, astrochemist, one could think naively that maybe we have a big asteroid impacting us, but I think the probability for that is low. And actually, in the past, if you think of 65 million years ago, when dinosaurs were in our place, actually, that was good for us to come in. So who knows if something like that happens, maybe something better will come back. But anyway, I don't want to think about that. I think from doesn't sound right. From my perspective, I think it's really it's ourself. No, we really have to be. This is what I think, and I also say to my daughter and my students. We really need to be super careful, and we have heard this already today. We are in this such a special, privileged situation. We are alive. We can see the universe. We can understand part of the universe. We can understand how the universe originated. There are still lots of questions, but it doesn't matter. So we are here with big brains, and we want to use these big brains to do a better future and not to let us destroy ourselves, because that could really be terrible. Of course, life will not be exterminated, as you said, in fact, and even if human beings will not be around, there will be smaller, or say simpler forms of life who probably, maybe, will evolve in if something happened because of us, I hope that the next stage of evolution will be more intelligent. But I think we have to watch out ourselves and make sure that we continue our studies and not just be in a box. This is sometimes also what I feel, that the people are like a scientist doing something, just do that. This is also what I see in my students. They just do their things and they think that that is the universe. We have to stretch out. So scientists should talk to artists. This is what, in fact, Helga also mentioned before. And I think that the reverse is also true. Scientists should talk to scientists, and of course, politicians should talk to everybody. Anyway,
point.
that is my thought.
Stephen, we know a little bit about climate change, but uncertainty seems also to be a critical factor within this issue. What are the scenarios that you see?
Well, I can roughly divide into 3: bad, really bad, catastrophe. I would consider, well, again, we don't really know what's going to happen, what the temperature will be and what will be the consequences, but certainly from what we see, if we go above 3 degrees, that this would be in the very bad to catastrophe. So what defines a catastrophe? I would consider a real catastrophe a breakdown of social order. That there would be enough failed agricultures and nation states, fragile nation states, that cities and civilizations begin to disappear. Historically, we've had that. We've had around the year 1000 in the Golden Age in the Middle East, where Persia and Iraq, we saw bad weather for 10 years lead to a collapse of society, a collapse of the Byzantine Empire, and incoming marauders. It's like these dystopian things we see in Hollywood, and all of a sudden you're roaming around, you're no longer having a stable system. And so a real catastrophe in my mind would be if enough nation states, fragile nation states fail, it spills out from the boundaries. And so that's in this scale of things. Now, let me tell you some not so good news, but it's almost a certainty that cannot be avoided. We physicists think we understand how our sun evolves, will evolve. We think we understand the classifications of our suns. And what we're going to find, 4 billion years from today, it becomes a red giant. But long before it becomes a red giant, it will slowly heat up. And it will heat up to the point where Earth is not going to be Earth. This is not 3 degrees. This is not 10 degrees. This is hundreds of degrees. And so this you can actually bet on based on our understanding of nuclear physics and solar physics. That's a real catastrophe. The worldwide nuclear war would be very, very bad. The world came very close to this in the Cuban Missile Crisis, we know now from historical records. The small nuclear bombs is actually the worst. When I was Secretary of Energy, I was arguing very strongly, we have the technology to go down below 5 kilotons, just a few kilotons. I said, we can't do this because if we do this, the temptation to use it will be much higher. And so when I was Secretary of Energy, we didn't. Then what has happened is the Russians have done it, and now the US has followed. And now the ability to think, oh, it's only a few kilotons, 5 kilotons, and it becomes part of the usual horrible parts of the other instruments of war, is a catastrophe? No, it's a sliding downhill that's very, very dangerous. And so it's a catastrophe in the making, I would say. But mostly it's the people I would have to worry about. And a very bad World War I peace, and agreed, which started in the United States, a euphoric investment led to a stock market crash in the United States, led to a depression around the world, led to the seeds of World War II. That and the bad peace in World War I. That was a catastrophe. Hopefully we can avoid it.
Mm-hmm. Yes, hopefully. We'll continue this parade of joy. And what about diseases and pandemics? That's not a news story, that's old.
Okay, so in terms of pandemics, I think a really horrible catastrophe would be a pandemic on the scale that we have right now, except that there was a much higher fatality rate. So if you can imagine what the world has been experiencing over the past almost 3 years, but let's say there was a 30 to 40% fatality rate. So I would say that it's what's happened with the spread of SARS-CoV-2 has truly been horrible for the world. But the silver lining in this pandemic is that this particular virus has evolved to be extremely transmissible between people so that you can transmit it before you even know you're infected. And as a result, a lot of other people get infected, and yet most people don't get seriously ill and die. I mean, unfortunately, many people around the world have died of this, but not as many as if it had the fatality rate of, say, MERS, another beta coronavirus that emerged as an epidemic in 2012. So, I mean, the reason that that people have been able to make good vaccines against this virus is the fact that our immune system can handle it. So that means we can mimic the properties of the virus to trigger that immune system to offer us some protection against serious disease and death in the form of vaccines. So that has been fantastic. But what if we get another spillover event from an animal reservoir, because this is happening all the time. Like, people just aren't really that aware, I suppose, and I certainly wasn't before this pandemic. You know, it's estimated that probably tens of thousands of people are infected every year with bat coronaviruses, and you never hear about them, and they don't know they're infected, and they don't transmit between humans. And all you need is some kind of infection from an animal source that the virus is able to transmit between humans. And if it's one that our immune system can't handle, and it causes a lot of death, we're going to be in a much worse place than we are now. Now, I hope we've learned so that we can prepare from this, but with going along with what, Stephen, you were saying, this spillover into the human population of animal viruses is a direct result of climate change. And unless we can figure out how to stop that, we are in for a lot more horrible, well, they aren't surprises, but this is going to keep happening. And there's direct examples. For example, if you've ever heard of Hendra virus, this is something that horses get from actually flying foxes, a form of a bat in Australia. And it's been directly demonstrated that this is caused by climate change so that the habitats of the flying foxes, they move, and then they're near the horses, and they excrete, and the horses eat things underneath where the flying foxes are roosting, and then they get sick, and it is transmitted a few times into humans, and it can be deadly. But right now, it doesn't transmit between humans. But that's a direct result of changing the habitat of these animals. And so unless we get really serious about trying to prevent animals from going into urban environments where they can spread their viruses and interacting with humans in ways that they should have their own habitats and the humans should be separate, and we should make sure we're not doing deforestation and other ecological disasters, we need to fix this, or we're in for another pandemic.
Yes, I just think, can you just you want a quick comment on that?
Quick comment on that.
Yeah.
There's an avian flu called H5N1. It has jumped into people, but very rarely, and it's not very contagious among people. But the people who get it have a 2/3 chance of dying. The fear is that if it jumps to humans and becomes easily transmissible, and through air, and we're in a totally different place than COVID starts to. It's just very different. Yeah. We're not talking about 2/3 of people over 90 dying. We're talking about 2/3 of everybody dying. Then the question is, are we now practicing on chickens to develop a vaccine for chickens, or not? Or we're just waiting for it to happen? Because it may not be targetable as the SARS, spike. That was easy. and so I don't know, but we should be doing this.
Stuart, within your field?
So I briefly mentioned that at the end of my presentation, the idea that we would lose control. And Anthony mentioned this idea of alignment, the fact that we need AI systems to be pursuing objectives that are aligned with human objectives. And the difficulty is that we don't know how to write down our objectives completely and correctly. And so if you have misalignment, if the AI system doesn't understand something about what humans want the world to be like, and they're pursuing this misaligned objective, then it's kind of like setting up a chess match between us and the machines. It's not that the machines have spooky emergent consciousness and hate human beings, like in all the movies. It's just that the machines are extremely competent at achieving the objectives we set for them, and we set a mistaken objective. And this is an old story, right? So King Midas specifies his objective. I want everything I touch to turn to gold. And of course, what happens? His food turns to gold, his drink turns to gold, his family turns to gold, and he dies in misery and starvation, right? So this is an old, old story, and it's happening again. It's happening in social media, where we define the objective of the algorithm as to maximize clicks or engagement, and the consequences are that the algorithms learn to manipulate people, actually turning them into more extreme versions of themselves in order that the algorithms can better predict what they're going to consume and then feed it to them. Sort of like drug dealers, if you like. And so that's an early warning. And these are very, very simple algorithms. When we actually have general purpose AI that will be much more capable than human beings across the board, we simply cannot continue to build our AI systems this way, where we have to specify an objective and then the machine goes off and does whatever it's going to do to achieve the objective. Because, you know, some people say, oh, well, we can just switch it off. But of course, if the machine has an objective, it understands that being switched off would prevent it from achieving the objective. So the first thing it's going to do is find ways to prevent itself from being switched off. It's going to replicate itself across the internet. It's going to disable the various off switches and so on and so forth. So it's sort of like saying, oh, well, if you want to beat AlphaGo, just put the stones on the right squares. Yes, but it's not possible for human beings to do that. And I was asked by a film director who was developing a new plot on super intelligent machines take over the world. And he says, okay, I want you to be a consultant on the movie, and you have to help me figure out how the humans are going to outwit the super intelligent machine. And I said, well, I'm sorry, I can't help you. So I think the answer is we have to stop building AI systems the way we're building them, which is to specify a fixed objective as if that objective was correct and perfect. So we need new kinds of AI systems that operate on different principles, where in some sense they know that they don't know what the objective is. And I think there's some promise in that direction.
But aren't there other threats already? I mean, I'm a professor, I teach undergraduates. And now I can see students saying, well, I don't need to really write the essay. Or I don't need to write the essay to get into Stanford. The computer will write a really good essay. And so there's a higher reliance on, and you see this, and I'm terribly afraid this generation of high school students, junior high school students, and college students are developing habits that they may not be able to shake.
I think that's another catastrophe, and that's the Wall-E world.
Well, but it's happening today.
Yeah, no, I think that's real, and it's a cultural problem. You know, I'm planning to deal with it by having all of the grade in my course based on exams that students have to write themselves with no access to a computer. So they better learn the skills.
Can Microsoft say, no, I'm not going to give you the answer. You have to write it yourself?
That would be good.
So if we go back to the word avoid again, because there are perhaps alternatives ways to go for us. And you have been talking about it a bit. And you also mentioned, Pamela, the fact that things can be intertwined. Because when we speak like this, it's like these are separate fields, but of course, it's all related. The climate changes will, for sure, make new conflicts where nuclear weapons might be used, for example. So, or diseases might not be cured because of huge migrations. How do we avoid this? Control, you mentioned. That is perhaps what we are looking for here. Beatrice, I'm thinking of control. I mean, that is, of course, something that was spoken a lot about with the terror balance. So it can be a false control as well.
Well, I think we have to differentiate a little bit of certain things. I think like an asteroid, for example, we can't control that in the same way. A nuclear weapon, we built them, we can take them apart. So I think it's really important, and sometimes people talk, and particularly with nuclear weapons, almost like it would be a natural disaster, like it's something that we can't control. They just hear, magically, they just hear, and nobody really, how can we get rid of them? When there's people, companies, governments involved, building them, putting them together, practicing with them, targeting with them, for example. So of course, many of these things, same thing with killer robots, for example, or lethal autonomous weapons. I mean, this will be companies building them, scientists working to research them, and governments deciding to utilize them. So of course, we can control it, we can stop it. And I think also nuclear weapons is a catastrophe that's very unique because basically 2 individuals can make this happen in 30 minutes. Putin and Biden can end humanity as we know it. Right now, if they decide, within a few hours, they can start this. And that's quite unique in one way. And I think that, so when we talk about control, I think we also have to understand that we have control from some of these threats, not all of them, but some of them, and we can actually do things about it. The Treaty on the Prohibition of Nuclear Weapons that, for example, ICANN has worked on was a way to do that. Negotiating a treaty prohibiting lethal autonomous weapons, for example, and regulating that. There's many other ways of doing it, of course. But I think we also, as society, have to start understanding our own power here, that we do not have to be helpless, we do not have to be passive, just hearing these things and like, oh, it's too much, I can't handle it. I think it's important to break down these massive threats to humanity. They're really daunting. I mean, I often think about it myself, like climate change. I feel absolutely terrified about it. It feels very hopeless, and what can I do? So I think we have to unpack them into smaller pieces, and particularly the ones that are human-made, we have to kind of pull away the curtains and see who's involved in it to make it less intimidating and less overpowering.
Any comment? Yeah.
Well, yeah. First of all, I just wanted to give a little hope because about our sun becoming a red giant. So this will happen about 4 billion years in the future. So by that time, I hope we will find probably the way, if we will survive until that.
We actually have about 1 billion.
No, but first of all, we have to arrive at 4 billion years from now, which is a long time. We are here since how long? A couple of million years as human beings, more or less. I mean, I'm not, I don't know exact numbers, but just to let you know that most of the progress have been done in the past few decades. And so we have a long way to go to make sure that by that time, probably we will find a way also to travel and find a better place to be, but we really need to keep preserving.
A planet B.
A planet. And one more comment, just to follow up on what you said. So there is also, for the asteroid part, there is also a lot of effort from the astronomers who are really trying to detect the near orbit, Earth orbit objects. And in fact, there was a recent mission that was sent a probe to splash on top of one small satellite of an asteroid, and it was successful. So in that sense, this means that, again, human beings can be capable of diverting trajectories for asteroids, and maybe we will save ourselves. But that's the thing. We really need to focus on the important things. And one thing that always comes to my mind when I think about our planet is this pale blue dot that was seen by this Voyager a long time ago in the 70s, when the Voyager that just turned back toward us and saw this little thing, and that was our planet. And Carl Sagan, at that time, he was really emotional about this. And I also get emotional when I see these pictures. And this just shows the fragility of our world. And we are here, the only thing, so the only beings that could be capable to save this little blue dot. So please, let's try to do it.
I'm looking for my colleagues. Yeah, any questions? Yeah, perfect.
Go in here. Hello, my name is Star Okoli. I'm from Nigeria, but I flew in from Dallas, Texas, in the United States. And I'm currently a microbiologist before starting med school next fall. And my question is more of a biology question. And in terms of the evolution of viruses that facilitate more virulence, are there ways that we can make viruses artificially symbiotic in some way, the way that there are symbiotic bacteria in the gut, for example? And can we sort of harness the catastrophe rather than, if we are unable to avoid it in the future?
Well, that's an interesting question. I'm not sure we can direct the evolution of the virus because it has, huge millions and trillions of progeny, and the ones that actually win are the rare ones that have some kind of survival advantage. And, often as viruses evolve, in some cases they become less virulent as they evolve, but we can't control that. So the example is, in the 1950s, there were all these rabbits in Australia that were introduced, and the Australians didn't want them there, so they brought in a virus that infected European rabbits, some kind of paramyxovirus. They bring them in to kill all the rabbits. And so the first year, 99-point-some% of the rabbits died. But some of the rabbits were not affected by the virus, and the virus kept evolving itself with mutations. And in the end, the virus that infected the few rabbits that survived was less virulent. And so within 1 or 2 years, there were just as many rabbits, because rabbits reproduce not as fast as viruses, but they have a lot of progeny because they breed like rabbits, right? So, but viruses breed even faster. And so I don't think we can direct the evolution at all of the virus. That's going to happen with Darwinian selection. But what we can do is, as we develop vaccines and things that can protect us, we can start by distributing them, making absolutely sure that the distribution is worldwide, because it is idiotic for countries to think that they should vaccinate their own population as if the virus will know the difference between someone in their country and someone from a neighboring country. And we live in a world where we all travel, and so it makes no sense not to have complete global distribution of available vaccines and treatments. And even if you don't want to do it for an ethical reason, it doesn't make sense from a public health perspective to do it any other way.
Thank you. And we're running out of time. A short, please.
I just think that a lot of these things have that same problem, right? The nation state's ability to protect us against these things is very limited right now because they're so interconnected. Yeah. A country can't fix climate change on its own. Nuclear weapons is not a national security issue. It's for everyone. If you threaten nuclear war, it impacts everyone. Same thing with artificial intelligence, pandemics, climate, I mean, all of these things are so connected. So how to avoid it is like we have to cooperate better.
Good words to end with. Thank you for a great question, and thank you for your insights on a yet unwritten future. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you. Cool. Thank you very much indeed. Yeah, I hope this isn't getting too worrying. Faced with all this, perhaps one might consider moving elsewhere, and that's what we're about to talk about, life elsewhere. Either the probability of finding life elsewhere outside of the Earth, or indeed the possibility of humanity moving off the Earth. And to talk about that, we have Paola Caselli, Didier Queloz, and Anders Sandberg, who will meet on stage. So, please.
Thank you. What an honor for me to be here to moderate the two of you, and in such an amazing subject, because I'm also, of course, very much interested in that. I have my own theories, or hypotheses, let's say, and so I would really like to see your views. So I don't know where to start, maybe something that is farther away from my expertise. So maybe Anders, if you want to start with, what do you think about life elsewhere? Do you think there is some chance that there is life beyond the Earth?
Yes, but I like to do an excursion just linking to the previous panel.
Sure.
It might seem strange that somebody from the Future of Humanity Institute is interested in extraterrestrial life and intelligence. Isn't it about humanity? But of course, if we could look at the sky and see alien civilizations thriving or crashing, we would know something about our own chances. An empty sky is telling us something, but we don't quite know what, and it might be a very disturbing message. So that's how I got involved with all of this. Now, I think in many ways it's good news. I think there is life elsewhere, simply because the universe is probably, in my opinion, infinite in extent. So you can't avoid life just by random chance. But I do think it's sparsely populated. I don't know about the chances of life, but I think intelligence is very scarce. But I hope we will eventually meet them.
Okay.
And I think we can do studies to actually turn this into more than a hope. I think we can actually figure out things about the world that helps us answer these questions, and do indeed give us some hints about what our own chances are, as well as what we might want to do with the universe. Because in the long run, I think we'll go out there, and that is going to be rather important for the survival, not just of us, but for life itself.
Yes, because I think also we have to make a distinction between, say, life as, say, for example, simple forms of life and civilized life. So I guess you were talking about more advanced life, or in general, because I don't know. My point of view is that considering the number of molecules and that are present in our galaxies and beyond, as I was saying this morning, it seems to me kind of natural that we have to have some kind of at least the simple forms of life widespread.
Yeah, but if we say there is a lot of sites and times where life could appear, right, and then multiply it with a reasonable probability, and we should get a big number. The problem is the reasonable probability. Where do we get it from? This is one of the most uncertain numbers in science. I have argued in one paper that we have about 100 orders of magnitude of uncertainty. It could be that life spontaneously emerges in every puddle on an Earth-like planet at a rate of once a month. Or it could be that actually it literally takes a Googleplex and Earths to get it. We don't know,
Right.
but this is where science comes in. This is where we actually can do experiments.
Okay, so then let me go to Didier. So now we're here, we have an expert on exoplanets, and what do you think?
Well, I could give you my own opinion, but I don't think it's the point here. I think what is interesting to realize right now is you can argue, you can debate on that endlessly. It's not science. When it becomes science is when you have some fact that bring you some element to start building up, let's call it probability. So we have to admit, today we don't have very much. But what I do think is there will be a lot more to come in the future. There is a couple of facts that we have just to face. One fact, we have to understand that the planetary formation process is kind of a generic formation process everywhere in the universe. So when you form a star, you form planets. Now, the kind of planet you may form may not be exactly the one we have in the solar system, but it's very likely there will be at least some of them that would be kind of similar to the solar system. Now, there's so many stars, the universe is so vast, it's not strictly speaking infinite, but you can see it as an infinite from the human perspective, definitely, that the chemistry being the same everywhere, it just doesn't make any sense to imagine that the beginning of life didn't happen elsewhere. No, the fact you have the beginning of life somewhere as a kind of a big chemical experiment doesn't mean that you will develop life, doesn't mean that life will become will reach a level to build a cell. We'll be talking about that. Doesn't mean you will build up something which, that will become visible. Doesn't mean the life would impact on the atmosphere of the planet. But in some cases, they may, if the conditions are good. So in terms of life elsewhere, there is so much progress has been done in terms of the tools we're using to detect planet, the tools we're using to try to get something from the atmosphere of this planet, and the tool we are about to build in the next 100 years. We will at least have enough tools to look for it. And what we will know, I don't know, but certainly we will be looking for it. No, the reason why I'm interested for that is because I just can't accept that life only happened on this planetary system. And I do think that it must be elsewhere. But as a scientist, it remains to be found.
Yes, yes, definitely. And I guess now with the powerful telescope we have in space, JWST, but also with future telescopes like the ELT that will be built in the next years, I think we will go very deep into the understanding the composition also of terrestrial-like planets. No? I think we also need to distinguish between which type of planets we are talking about, because we need to have a focus on what, okay, we are biased because we are in an habitable planet, but this is what we are looking for. No? We are looking for planets where there is the condition that water can also be liquid, etc. So what are your, say, perspectives, say, for the future to actually see, I don't know, some either biosignature, but even not biosignature, but say some chemical compositions that could tell us about some inequilibrium chemistry that could be due to life for this future and also present instrumentation. So JWST and ELT, I don't know if you have been thinking about.
So there is lots of, technical element here, but I think there is two categories of work that is going to happen in the next 50 years. One of them is the systematic exploration of the solar system. And very, very critical is the fact that in 20 years, we're going to bring back samples from Mars. I think the last time we brought back things from elsewhere than the Earth was 50 years ago from the Moon. And the Moon is a kind of a boring element because it's built from the structure of the Earth. So in a way, what we found is some kind of imprint how the Earth was at the time the Moon was formed. Now, Mars is a completely another story. We have a fantastic robot right now, but the technology which is embarked and the capability of the robot is extremely simple. And they will do simple enough, studies, already very interesting. But the real game here is when you bring pieces of Mars on Earth and you use this fantastic tool that we have to study the very detailed chemistry that has happened at the time. And Mars is about how we can think the Earth after 1 billion years, which is a time when everybody would agree that life is clearly on Earth, but has not changed anything into the atmosphere yet. So this is really something that's going to happen. And then you can talk about Venus. I think we have this discussion whether there is some possibility of life, not on the surface, but maybe flying around into Venus. You know, look, Venus maybe in the past was like the Earth. We don't really know whether they had water or not on Venus. So this kind of debate is certainly open right now in the air. And then you can go for Titan and Enceladus. So all this is going to happen because the technology is going to bring back. And the level of study that we will learn from that may be a big surprise for maybe other kind of life. Now, what you're talking about is planet on other stars. Then it's unlikely we will ever go there because of the size, the energy. It's too complicated to go. It would be very extremely limited to send tiny probes to these places. Yet. Well, yeah, okay. I'm happy to accept this. Anyway, I mean, we don't take very much risk, and even if whatever we claim at that time, it's not going to happen in the next 100 years. So the question is, what can you say about life on other planet? And then you have to look back on Earth. And essentially, for a long time, you had a lot of life on Earth, but it was essentially invisible. And then something massive happened, which is the great oxygenations, and completely changed the structure of the atmosphere. And at that moment, which is about 2 billion years ago, the fact that there is life on Earth was just blatant. So I keep saying, so when I keep hearing people, oh, we should be worried in case there is extraterrestrial civilization looking at us, we should be careful not to make noise. This is a big joke, because we're already visible since 2 billion years. So if there is civilization able to travel into space and visiting us, either they're already there somewhere, maybe in the audience here, and they're quite laughing about the discussion, or they know we are there, but they never manage to reach us. That's why traveling into galaxies, traveling into stars, I'm a little bit skeptical right now, just on this simple fact. But we are very visible, I think, life. So maybe when we starting pointing, maybe not this telescope, but the next generation of telescope to some of this kind of Earth-like planet around us, and there will be plenty, we will be seeing some of them with an event like will be similar to the great oxygenations, and people will say, oh, maybe something similar happened on that planet. Yes. So this is really what is going to happen in the future.
Okay, no, that's great, because in fact there is also a lot of studies going on the looking at the history of the atmosphere of our planet and reproduce the spectra, and this, of course, could be a good template for future observations. But anyway, Anders, what would you like to do for, say, I don't know, to improve or to do something more quantitative in terms of, as Didier was saying, you know, we are scientists, so we need to have some proofs. What would you...
So the obvious thing is investigate the solar system, turn over every rock and try to see what's there. One idea that's fairly old is panspermia, the idea that life might be spreading between planets. It used to be the idea, kind of a very inchoate idea, and then it got more concrete when we found actually Mars meteorites on Earth. Because there is an exchange between planets where meteorites hit them and various things splatter off. And spores could perhaps travel, so at least within the solar system. It's not implausible that life might have been moving around. So if we find life on Mars and find that it's Earth-like, that's good news in the sense that, okay, there might be life elsewhere in the solar system, but it might also spread between nearby solar systems. We should actually update our belief in life elsewhere in the universe. If we go to Mars, or maybe Titan, and find life that's not like ours, then we suddenly got a very powerful piece of evidence that life can emerge that is very different. We should expect life everywhere. And at that point, of course, the silence of the sky becomes slightly more creepy. Because why are there no intelligent species out there if there's a lot of life? So this, in my world, is called the great filter question. Is the great filter that life is really rare, or that complex life is really rare, or that complex intelligent life tends to wipe itself out to go somewhere else? The future great filter. We really would like to know where it's located. There has to be one, otherwise there would be billboards on the moon and flying saucers everywhere on the Stockholm parking lots, and there aren't. So we get evidence here, and even weak evidence when you don't know very much moves your beliefs. So this is something I've been working on, trying to look at the famous Drake equation that multiplies together various factors to get a loose estimate of how much intelligence there might be out there. Some of the factors have changed over time as we know more. It's kind of fun to notice that the first two factors, now we know them perfectly well, especially the number of Earth-like planets per star. It's great. We nailed it down. And then we have some of the middle factors where we don't really know very much. And then there is an ominous last factor. How long does civilizations that could communicate last? And that's part of my other research. I'm generally optimistic. If we manage to survive and get our act together, which I think is a big if, but then I do think that in the long run, we're going to be around for a very long time. And this is actually an area where the search for extraterrestrial intelligence was earlier than many of us catastrophe researchers in asking questions, how long do a typical civilization last? They actually had some attempts in the 60s and 70s to write papers about it. We might mildly laugh at the methodology today, but they were ahead of us in the philosophy department, in the existential risk research groups. They actually led the groundwork. It's been extremely useful for also trying to save us on Earth.
Yes. So think about how much we can do if we are able to survive on the planet for the next centuries. We can do so much, and maybe even communicate. I mean, we will have big telescopes coming up. There is starting actually a few days ago of the SKA, the Square Kilometre Array, that in fact Sweden is very much involved with that. So that also one of the topics will be indeed to try to find the signals of intelligent civilization. We will see. Of course, yes, this we don't know. The probabilities, as we said before, has an error bar of orders, hundreds of orders, of magnitude. So we cannot really tell, but definitely we have to move on. About the fact that this panspermia, this was in fact, I remember Fred Hoyle was one very famous astrophysicist. In fact, he is my inspirator. That in fact was talking about this panspermia. I mean, indeed, we have meteoritic material coming from Mars, so it's not indeed ruled out at all.
But it also leads to an interesting ethical problem. When we start exploring the solar system, we are going to bring Earth life with us, simply because it's hard to sterilize well enough, because bacteria and spores are really good at getting around. And right now, we're mostly concerned that this might interrupt the science, because if you find something on Mars, you better prove that it's not actually coming from Earth. But I have acquaintances that say we have a moral duty to spread life in the universe. The universe looks lifeless. We better take this test tube full of spores and spread it among the stars. And I have other friends saying, no, that would be the worst thing ever. There's some rather strong philosophical arguments that we should be extremely careful about seeding life, because if you say that pleasure and pain are the main things, and say that actually a lot of wild animals are suffering, if I fill 1 million planets with life, that's 1 million biospheres full of suffering, which by some philosophical views have made the universe much worse. I have other philosopher friends that, no, it's 1 million or 1 trillion times better. We have an interesting disagreement here that we better resolve before my other friend sends off that test tube into space.
Yes. Fantastic. So Didier, I don't know if you want to say some more. We have just 2 minutes left.
Well, I would like to react to two things that you said. I think I understand that there is material moving around between the planet, which is absolutely valid. No, there is still a problem with that. Let's imagine you take something growing in Stockholm and you bring it back in the Sahara. Do you think there is any chance it will grow? No. So I think if you think life as being a fitness problem in terms of optimization of chemistry to a specific planet, and if the planet is slightly different, when you move it, that's it. It dies. So the idea that you can move something alive from one place to another one is not something straightforward. You would need something that gives you a fitness advantage at the very location. And since the way you build up the chemistry of life is very likely an optimization problem, you too much optimize from a planet, moving to another one, you would be dying. So I'm not a great fan of panspermia, just on this factual argument that you can use as an experiment you can do. Bring some plant here and move it to Sahara, you will see. It's an experimental work. Now, there is another element about the idea of intelligence life. I must say this, I don't use it quite often because I don't like it, because I think sometimes the fish are more intelligent than us. So the concept of intelligence is something which is a little bit difficult to use. So you can talk about advanced technology capabilities to travel into space. That is certainly something valid, or advanced technology to communicate through different planets. That's certainly valid. Now, the question behind this is, you can do whatever you like, but there is a point when you break the law of physics, and this is a no-no. So there is one law, which is the speed of light. So you will never break the speed of light, and if you go too close, you will be so much massive, so the energy you need is essentially the energy of the universe to get you at that speed or to slow you down. So there is an intrinsic challenges here in a way you could travel to another stars. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I say you're close to a physical limit. So according to the physics we understand as if today, and up to now, the law of Einstein has not been disproved. And it's even the opposite. They have been extremely strongly, and gravitational waves, black holes, all what we're seeing in this Nobel event, I mean, it's related to this law of physics. Now, I'm still a little bit skeptical about the idea of civilization and talking to civilizations. The day I will start believing this is when somebody will demonstrate to me an experiment where they can talk to the redfish they have in the apartment, in the aquarium. If you can talk to your fish, maybe you can talk to extraterrestrial intelligence.
All right. And with this, we stop because we have no more time. Thank you so much for this amazing conversation.
Thank you. So how on earth do you bring a day such as this to a close? After all that looking forward, we thought perhaps by looking back and asking the question, what does the future expect from us? What would people in the future, the near future or the far future, think we should have done? What should we have done more of? What should we have done less of? What should we have done differently? So that's the question we've posed to my 5 panelists for this closing panel. And I'd like them to join me on stage, please. We have Steve Chu, Beatrice Finn, Serge Haroche, Paul Nurse, and Didier Queloz. Please. I have to go. See? Serge on that side of Steve. Paul, you're next to Serge, and Didier, you're at the end. Sticking with this alphabetical order. So the question is written in the title of the...
We're first and the last.
Welcome back. The question is written in the title of the session. In a way, I've done my job. It's, you know the question. It's up to you to discuss it. Which of you would like to go first in answering this question? What does the future expect from us? Be brave. Serge.
When I listened to the previous panels, I think an obvious question, an obvious expectation from the future will be that we don't blow up the planet.
That's now, good. That sets a good baseline, yes.
on the other hand, if we blow up the planet, the question has no meaning because there will be nobody to ask to expect that from us. But besides that, I think that what the future can expect from us is that in spite of all the catastrophe, of all the problems that we are living today, that we continue to create knowledge, to give values to civilization, produce things, to try to make the life on Earth better. And I think this happened in the past. So we are talking about big pandemics which happened in the past, and a pandemic which would kill half of the population. This happened. In the 14th century, the plague was there in Europe, and it was also the time when the Renaissance was starting in Italy. So I have always been amazed and grateful to these people that in spite of the big problems that they had, they were able to develop civilization and to develop culture and to start the scientific revolution. This happened again in the 20th century. We have had big catastrophes, the First World War, the Second World War, and this was a time when the modern science in physics, in chemistry, in astrophysics, in biology developed. It's during the First World War that Einstein elaborated the theory of general relativity. And this again, I think, is a big mystery for me, the fact that in spite of a lot of fanaticism, of nationalism, of wars and terrible things happening, you have people who have gone on to preserve civilization, to make it thrive and to develop it. And I hope that we will be able to continue to do that in spite of all the bad things that we see happening today.
Is that in some way a representation of the point that Hilmar was making earlier in the day, that people thrive best under adversity?
Sorry, yes. I was thinking of this. Say again.
Oh no, it's good that you're thinking of what what your colleagues are saying. No, I was just wondering if that was perhaps a representation of the way of what Hilmar Pedersen was talking about earlier, where he was saying that people thrive in adversity. But anyway, yeah, okay. Beatrice, go next.
I would love to, because I think that humans, we're very good at responding fast when something dramatic happens. And we're perhaps not so good at the long term, what we have to act now to prevent something from happening in 10, 15, 20 years. And I think that's one of the big challenges that we're facing right now with climate change, with nuclear weapons, for example. It's very easy to take the sort of shortcut and tomorrow, we'll deal with it tomorrow. Because the cost of doing it today feels too much for today, even though we know we're going to have to do it at some point. And every day it gets worse and worse and worse. So I think that's really what, getting to what the future expects from us is to do better, be smarter right now, and to not just push it forward into the next thing, and to learn from the past, learn from the lessons. We know what science says, we know what the risks are, we just have to really take the kind of cost of doing it now and face it head on, rather than just waiting for someone else to do it at the end of the day. And I think that that's really future generation already are looking at people today. It's like, why didn't you do something? When you had power, when you were in office, when you were an adult, why didn't you do something? And I think that that's really what we were going to have to answer to future generations.
Paul.
So, Adam, I've woken up now and I've stopped daydreaming. I was just thinking. I think I like to start simply, and I think of John Stuart Mill thinking about the aggregate happiness for a society. And surely we have to bequeath to our future generations a world that is decent to live in, and that means a world that provides certain basic standards of living for everybody, decent healthcare, decent food, decent living, combined with care for the planet and the biosphere that we've touched upon, because not only because it's an environment that helps our well-being, but also because we have a responsibility for it. So I think that would be where I would start in thinking about the future. How do we deliver it? Well, we need a social conditions that can allow rational thinking and rational delivery of outcomes. And that in turn, being a scientist, I think must involve science in some way. And this is where I would say I really wanted to say something which I think is quite important, because I think one of the big challenges in thinking about how we can improve the future is how can we embed the complex decisions that society has to make that need science to solve them, so they can be made in a decent social democratic structure. And I don't think that is so simple. It's not simple because the issues are complex. Society doesn't always understand it. Scientists don't always understand it. But it requires a way of working, a democracy that works, that can engage that complexity, but not in a technocratic, top-down sort of way, but in a way which actually truly does engage the whole community. And I would say this is the biggest challenge we have for democracies, for social democracies, firstly to deliver what I said at the beginning, which is a proper society that can operate properly in protection of our world and environment, and that in turn requires a decent ability to be able to make these decisions. Big challenge, but I think it's time we started to talk about it.
Well, Paul, I think first I would want our democracies to survive in a world where the internet makes
that's the starting point. I agree.
Autocratic governments so much more survivable than democratic governments because of misinformation and things like that. But you're raising a very important issue about what should be the values, and as mentioned before, when there's large gradients in social living standards, that's a real instability. And one has to recognize that. And the other thing, which was discussed in an earlier panel, if you think you as a rich society can insulate yourself, vaccinate yourself, and do something, and let the poorer countries fend for themselves, it's sorely mistaken. The world is a very small place, and in the end, like it or not, whether you consider that good or just survival or whatever, we have to be our brother's keeper. We live in a very small world. And so the recognition of that, and where the sense of values, that moral responsibility of more equity, but also and the future responsibility is something we have to learn to deal with. And in one of the things in what matters, that certainly matters above, I think, all else.
Thank you. Didier.
Yeah, maybe I can bring up maybe a different angle into this discussion. So, I mean, to talk about the future, usually you should look at the past, because I think it tells you a lot. And if you look at the past, following all the discussion we have had, there is a couple of interesting, I think, elements that we can try to digest and think about. Well, the first thing is clearly life, as it is on Earth, is extremely resilient and extremely adaptable. When you look at the evolution of the condition of the planet itself and how much things has happened, I think whatever we do, it's a bit irrelevant for life. Even if you don't like it, I think life has seen a lot already, and life has its own, I think, development. Now, if you think at this debate we're having today, we're having this debate because 60 million years ago, something dramatic happened. Something fall on Earth, and it was the end, the doomsday of the dinosaurs, and it was great for the mammal, and that's the beginning of the mammal, and at some point, our species start to strive, possibly because something unusual happened with the climate, and something happened and forced our species to leave some nice conditions and to spread the world and to kind of conquer the world. So I think there is something interesting when you reflect that way, is we are just part of a long story into this, in terms of the topic of these discussions. Now, there is something else that comes on the top of that, I think, which is not really part of this debate, but is related a little bit, but could be another one, is we are special. And that we have to acknowledge that. And this consciousness element we have, this capability that we have to fly to the moon and to Mars and to understand the law of physics and to dig out what comes from the very back time and the early stage of the universe is quite exceptional. And clearly, it never happened before, certainly not on the life history, what happened on Earth. And that, in a way, should have been give us some thought for our thought. And maybe we have some kind of responsibility here. Call it whatever, ethical and moral or whatever, or maybe it's a gift. We have an amazing gift. So this gift is so immense, so exceptional. Maybe we are the only creature alive in this galaxy at the present time to have this debate. Whether there is another Nobel debate in another planetary system, I don't know, but maybe not. Maybe there is life elsewhere, but the idea you end up with this discussion is not something which is a given, I think. So I think this should be reflect on what has been said by my colleagues here. I think this is pretty clear. I think given the immense responsibility we're doing, we are a bit like a foolish teenager these days. And then the idea of the old nuclear threat and all this is just very scary. And we don't deserve this gift.
So much power concentrated in these people. And look what they did with it, they will say. Yes, exactly. Serge.
I think one of the problems we are facing in this discussion is that we have different time scales. When you're talking about the evolution of man on the planet, it has taken hundreds of thousands, millions of years. And now we are at a point where things are accelerating at a very fast rate. And there is a law of inertia. The fact that things are accelerating means that we have to take decisions which are crucial for the future. And these decisions have to be made in a system which has inertia, which is going, I have the feeling that we are facing a wall of big challenges and difficulties, and we will not be able to change the human nature at the rate which is needed to become rational about all these problems. It's clear that we need to make decisions, that the politicians have to be able to think of what will happen beyond the horizon of their re-election. I am only talking about democratic countries, and they are not ready to do that because the system is built in such a way that they have to think about the way that the fact that they would have to be re-elected before the climate has changed, and before these things are happening. So the paradox is that we are able to figure out what will happen, and at the same time, it's very difficult to do something to change it. And we faced that several times during the century. If you read Stefan Zweig, for example, who wrote about the atmosphere just before the First World War, it was clear that it was expected that big things would happen, but people at a psychological level were not ready to accept it and to change their way of life. And I am afraid that we are in a similar situation now. We are able to figure out what will happen. We say it, we discussed it all the time. In this discussion, usually what happens is that we say, this is one catastrophe, another one, a third one, and in the end, we say, but I am optimistic. I don't know why we say that in the end, because it's exactly contrary to all what we said before.
I share the optimism. I think that science can do wonderful things, but before that happens, there has to be a political will. You know, when I used to give speeches at the beginning when I was Secretary of Energy to people in Congress, until I was told by my staff, I can't do this anymore. And I said, just imagine you're on your deathbed and your grandchildren and your children around you and your grandchildren say, Grandpa, Grandma, you could have changed it. You could have made it better. You could have made it, given us a better world. You didn't. What were you thinking? Didn't you care about us? And then I was told by my staff, you can't say that because it makes the senators very uncomfortable.
Paul.
Well, I think what matters is the timescale, indeed, and I cannot look quite so far in the future as you're able, but I'm not a physicist, so I understand my limitation. I do think that we have to think about society and making democratic decisions and doing it sensibly. I am, on the other hand, an optimist that we will deal with it. And one way of dealing with it is to learn from our mistakes in the past. And one that is being very informative for me is the mistake of Brexit. I come from a country...
Hooray! Yes.
I come from a country that really, despite all its faults in the past, was quite a sensible country that actually contributed to the world in some ways and contributed to Europe. And yet we end up making a lunatic decision because we're led by politicians who have lost all sight of reality, truth, honesty, and the goodness of humankind. We therefore need to learn how that came about and avoid it. And in fact, what I think is the good thing about Brexit is it just shows the rest of Europe just how to mess it up.
Yeah.
And the rest of Europe can learn from that, and we will come crawling back with our tail between our legs in the not too distant future.
Let's hope. Paul, did you have the same experience entering Sweden earlier this week that I had, which was, as it now takes 75 minutes or so to go through passport control, and when you get there, the person behind the counter says, well, that's what you get for being a third world country, which I thought was rude both to Britain and to the rest of the world, actually. But
D'accord, yes.
Beatrice, do you want to chip in here?
Yeah, no, I mean, I just think that there's, you know, also we've done so many amazing things in the past. Humanity has made enormous achievements, and I think that, you know, sometimes we also focus excessively on what is going wrong and don't give enough attention to what is going right now and what people are doing well. And I think that the pandemic was a really stark example of that, where we shut down whole societies to protect vulnerable communities. We helped each other, we went shopping for our neighbors, we helped walk each other's dogs, we protected each other. Science came together and developed a vaccine in record pace. And this rollout, where it rolled out massively all over the world, I mean, it was really incredible. Yet we all focused on the few people that didn't, on the conspiracy theories, on whoever wasn't wearing a mask on the bus, and we kind of obsessively thought too much about a few people that did something not good, and we completely disregard everything that was really well. And I think I thought that Stuart Russell was talking about social media and how the algorithms sort of feed these extremists today. We're focusing so much on the negative that we also give people that sort of sense that everything is awful. When things are actually, there's really remarkable things that are happening. People are really kind to each other, helping each other, gathering to fix problems together. And of course it feels, and in many ways it is worse than ever. We can see a war here in Europe, for example. Climate change is accelerating, inequalities is accelerating. But I also think that we are not giving enough attention to the good things and the remarkable things, and things like the European Union, for example. After World War II, the world came together, you know, the loss of war, the United Nations, the European Union, all of this collaboration, multilateralism, global collaboration, human rights treaties. But we take them for granted, we disregard them, we don't really value them long term because we don't talk about it, and we just talk about the one thing that's wrong. And that's how you can start campaigns like Brexit, because we don't actually give enough attention to all the good that is happening, the good stuff. So I think we also have the future also kind of expect us to cherish what is going well and build on that and keep emphasizing that and share that and never stop believing that we can do, maybe not fix everything, but we can fix a little thing. And if everyone just keeps fixing a little bit, that's at least better than giving up completely.
Thank you. Well, so a sensible moderator would stop there on that lovely last word, but I'm still going to give a word to Didier.
Yeah, thank you. So there is something which I think is related to what you both said right now, is this assumption that our species behave rationally. And I think this is something we should be a bit careful about that. And maybe in terms of future research, of education, I think we should value more the social sciences and the psychology and all this element, because it was clear that sometimes we expect people to understand all the rational element they come through them. It is not that easy if you don't consider the global scheme. So I think there is a need for more funding, more support on the social sciences in the general, considering the impact it has, and clearly the Brexit and when you mentioned conspiracy theory is related to that.
And that's what I meant we should learn, because it was irrationality that drove decisions, and we need to learn how that comes about in a very sensible nation, so that we can avoid it in the past. I don't pretend that we can move to a rational utopia. That will never happen. But we have to learn from what's happened.
So I think it's a matter of education. I think we have to improve the general level of education to make citizens which are able to recognize rational thinking from just opinions, to understand what false promises and fake news mean. And this would be the only way that decision like Brexit could not be made in a democratic country, because we have to understand that it was made under perfectly democratic rules, which is very and what I want to say now is that even now, in spite of all what you said, I think the word "come back," just go reverse the Brexit is still taboo, from what I understand in your country.
No, there's a majority now to go back if you take the polls, but it won't happen quickly, but it will happen, I guarantee.
Okay. I hope so. I just want to say something, 30 seconds. It's ascribed to Confucius. If you think in a year, plant a seed. If you think in 10 years, plant a tree. If you think in 100 years, teach people.
That's right. Yeah, good point.
Okay.
Good end.
I think leaving the last word to Confucius is a good plan. Excellent. So from this panel, a plea for rationality and positivity. A nice way to end. Thank you very much indeed to all of you.
Thank you.
And just stay. And that's it. I'm afraid that's the end of the day. Thank you all very, very much for being with us. We very much look forward to seeing you again we'll be in Gothenburg next year on the 9th of December. And those with those pink lanyards, there's a reception for you if you go that way at the end. But I just want to thank you all for being with us and to celebrate such a great day. Thank you.